Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, Just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. In costume. Well, I wouldn't really say so much in costume as just kind of expressing my inner self. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this spooky evening. Thing is that here I am, I'm doing a live stream on Halloween. I was hoping to do it late enough that for those of you with kids or who have kids that come to the door, it would be after that. I actually don't know how many of you in the audience have kids that are at home, so it's hard to say if I'd be overlapping with that. But yes, this is what I dress up as every year. A different type of vampire, granted, but a vampire. Let me know what you think. Am I pulling off the look? Am I? It's hard to talk with these in your mouth. It's not so much that they get in the way, it's that you're constantly worried they're about to fall out. Well, so far in the sandbox, we have John Martinez, Monop, Zeke da Beast. Have you been here before? Have you changed your name? Hello, welcome to the sandbox. Monop, Genie Bottle, B-Cat, welcome, welcome. Yeah, and some people thinking I'm pulling off this look. Yeah, it only took an hour of prep to get like this. Well, I wouldn't even say it took an hour. You know, hair, makeup, and all that sort of stuff. Costume. Anyway, I'm actually not entirely sure about everything we're going to go over today because it is kind of just like a chill stream. It's hard to do politics when you're dressed like this. Like, you know, how are you supposed to take it seriously? But I do want to update people quickly on Saskatchewan because I did a live stream on the, when was it? Oh my gosh. Feels like it was an eternity ago, but just a few days ago. 99.99% of votes have been counted, but it looks like the Saskatchewan party will get in with 34 seats. The NDP with 27. If we scroll down. So the Saskatchewan party has gone down 13 seats and the NDP snagged all of those seats. So they still have a majority, unfortunately, because they only needed 31 seats in order to get that majority. Some people say, well, this is still a win for the NDP because now the NDP has much more power and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, not really. No, not in a first past the post system. You have a 1-seat majority, you get to pretty much do whatever you want. It's unfortunate. But they lost a lot of their ministers, which I suppose is good. They lost a lot of their representation. Like, the party is actually looking a lot worse now than it was before. Yeah, just happy Halloween. Scary time in Saskatchewan, unfortunately. But I have, you know, some Ryan George videos that we can go over that are kind of fun. We can go over a couple of Eamon Hawke's videos because those are always amazing and they're horror related. I just saw on Twitter he's going to release one tomorrow, so excited about it. I love his videos. If you haven't seen his videos yet, you're in for a surprise. Let's see. Oh, Bad Lefty and Soul Life are also popping into the sandbox. Welcome, welcome. So I think today will be a lot of like chit-chatting and stuff. I'm waiting for a few more people to come in before I do the reveal. The reveal. The big reveal of the book I wrote. And I'll give you all a little, well, no, I don't want to give you a hint yet because I want more people to guess which one it was. So if we go back here, I partook in a writing derby. And one of these books, I'll go through them slowly, is mine. I wrote one of these books. And a couple days ago, we could actually start announcing which books it was that we wrote. But I wanted to wait till today, to this live stream, for some special treats when it comes to my book. And I want people to guess which book is mine. If you read the actual descriptions, you should have been able to figure it out. I'm just saying, you should be able to figure it out if you read the descriptions of the books here. Just going through them nice and slow. Again, the trick with this is that you can't go based on cover because we did not design the cover. We did not title the books. They were already kind of pre-selected and handed out depending on ranking. So it's not like you necessarily got your first choice depending on how many other people were interested in that book. So, but I think if you read the description and you know me well enough, you should have easily been able to figure out which one is mine. I think we're almost to the bottom here. Yeah. So I think somebody mentioned, oh, thank you so much, John Martinez, for the $5 super chat. Hey, Sandy, how do I share the images on my Twitter to you per your request? Just tag at SandeeLovas or at LeftoftheBox, and I should be able to see them. That's pretty much, I think, all you have to do. I don't get mentioned too often, so I should be able to notice it. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. And it will go towards a little thing today, I think. A little surprise. So we'll go back here. So somebody, I believe, in the last live stream, suggested it's the onion and the tea. And I'm wondering, does anyone else think it's the onion and the tea? Do you support that guess? Or do you guess something else? I want to see some guesses. I'm really curious. Sorry if I'm sounding a bit weird. This is so frustrating. I can't do some of my stimming activity that I normally do. I bite my inner lip a lot, like on my inner lips. And I can't do that with these fangs in. And I have my Diet Coke looking at me, but I can't actually drink it like with these in because I'm afraid I'll swallow my fangs. Just read a couple. We're going to have a really back and forth today, I think, in the sandbox. Zeke says, I have been here. As for my username, I have no idea what happened there with the double name, LOL. Jeannie Bottle, I look scary with or without makeup or costume. I look very different without makeup and lighting being blasted in my face. Let's just say that. The chances of even recognizing me on the street are like, eh. Soul Life, the NDP won't let me be with music notes? I'm not entirely sure what that means. Some sort of song? Let's see. Zeke says, now I want to start a train. Thanks for the influence. John, thanks, John, for the influence. I don't know what you mean by a train either. There's so much. But I'm going to keep on scrolling around on here until somebody at least guesses. Oh, John Martinez has tagged me. Let me go back and see if I can find it. I should be able to find it quite easily. Let me know if you're actually okay with me sharing it on the main screen. Let's see. Ah, that's you. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Seek, for the $5 super chat for a Halloween costume. Why, thank you. It takes a lot. But I like dressing up, you know. I love doing theater and stuff, and any excuse to dress up, any excuse to dress up as a vampire is a definite good excuse. Bad Lefty, to be frank, if you swallow your fangs, well, it might be like a pain right now, but true pain won't come for a few hours. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure it will hurt more going out than it does going down. But also, it's the frustration and the pain of getting these fangs to fit properly. Because it took me like 2 hours. I had to redo one of them in order to get them on my teeth okay. And then there's still a lot of extra glue around it, but I'm worried about like snipping it off, that it will cause the inner to pop out or something, like the inner holding to pop out. And yeah, so I don't know. I'm worried about like taking away the extra part of it. Let's see. But I do see your picture. Looking good, John. Thank you, Sandy, says Genie Bottle. Okay. Well, let's get back to I want somebody to guess which one of these books is mine. And I'll give you all a hint right now. Today is a very apt day for me to be telling you what this book is, and part of the reason why I wanted to wait is because my book is indeed a horror. So I'm sorry, but the Onion one is not a horror, so it's not mine. Here, I can narrow it down for you guys. This should be a dead giveaway. I don't think too many people did horrors. If we click over on horror, there we go. My book should be showing up. It's not. Okay, so that didn't work out so well. Let's go back to all. I thought my book was labeled as horror. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. It was not that book. Yeah, that should be a huge hint as to which one of these is mine. But I'm telling you, if any of you read the actual descriptions of these books, you should be able to guess which one is mine, for sure. Let's keep on scrolling. John Martinez, I saw Christine last night. Speaking of horrors, truly one of the best Stephen King's. I've seen so many of his movies and read so many of his books. I do like horror. When it comes to Stephen King's screen adaptations, because, you know, I want to talk a lot about movies and horrors and stuff while we're doing a Halloween stream. The one that got me the most was The Mist. The Mist is one of his novellas. So it's not quite long enough to be a novel, but it's not quite short enough to be a short story. And I really liked it, the writing of it. And then when they made it into a movie, it was so bizarre. I felt like it's like, you are pulling these images from my brain. Like, that's how good it was. Like, the way that they set up the background, the storefront and everything, it was like they were pulling it from my brain. That's how good it was. So that one was, I really liked that one. Let's see. Bad Lefty, fair play, Sandy. I respect the commitment to the bit. Look, If I can't be put on in less than 5 minutes, I won't be wearing it. I don't have the patience for stuff in fashion or dressing up like that. See, part of it is I enjoy the process as well, you know, because I didn't know exactly. Let's go up to him. Let's do this. I didn't know exactly how I was going to do my makeup. Like first I had to figure out what I'm going to wear with this background. What do you guys think of the background? It's not a permanent background. It's just one, so, you know, I think this makes me stand out a bit more, but it's not a permanent new background. But I was trying on different shirts and stuff to see like, okay, so what would look good with this background? And then, you know, going through my jewelry, it's like, okay, what necklace would go well? And then with the makeup, like trying to figure out like, do I want the smoky top eye with the white kind of underneath, powder, as opposed to using like a cream makeup to pale my face a little bit? Do I add like the extra lashes on the side of my eye? How far down do I put this little part? The subtle red on my, I don't recommend you do this, but lip liner instead of eyeliner, and to give it kind of like almost a little bit of bloodshot, a hint of bloodshot, but not actually bloodshot. And then the lipstick, you know, putting some, it's hard to see on here, like hints of red in the middle with lip liner, just like trying to grind that in. But I like the process as well as trying to like seeing the transformation. And, you know, just trying to see how my hair would turn out, because whenever I do my hair, there's no guarantee. I can't predict how these curls will turn out. When I flip my head over and I scrunch my curls, I don't know how tight they'll be. I don't know how many there will be. So, you know, do I go for a messy bun look or do I just have it all hang down? So a lot of this is the process as it goes. But then I listen to music while I'm doing it, and then that helps me to unwind and kind of unpack and all that sort of stuff. And then, you know, it helps get me into character, you know, be the vampire. Let's see. But yeah, this background, you know, I just happened to have this. I did not get a comforter set that was unicorn and had some sheets with it that are like, you know, purpley blue with starbursts. And no, that's not how I got this background. I did not get a unicorn comforter set. But this background is actually important for something, a little surprise that I have for you guys. I don't even know if you're going to like it or not. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Let's see. Okay, we got 12 people from the looks of it in the watching. Welcome everyone. But yeah, it's not going to be like I talk about politics. Politics kind of influence everything, but okay, are you guys ready for the reveal? Are you ready for the reveal? Still disappointed. Nobody has even guessed. Can I at least just get one guess? Somebody just throw in a guess. Like, don't just randomly pick a title. Like, you know, a little bit of a guess. Just a little bit of a guess. I'd like to see just somebody guess. Kind of annoyed that my book didn't show up when I just hit the horror button. Let's see. Zeke says Ancient Unknown. Sheldon knows which one it is. Yeah. And then Zeke says, nah, it can't be Ancient Unknown. Change mine quickly. John Martinez, speaking of music, Every Day is Halloween by Ministry is one of the definitive tracks for this day. I don't think I know that. And I doubt I'd be able to play it on here. Bad Lefty says ectoplasm. I think you mistyped it. Hermetologist, necroplasm. But let's see. This fantasy horror here, this one, I don't know. Let's start reading the description to see. A blood substitute offers a chance for vampires. Vampires. I checked. It's the only description with the word vampires in it. To live in peace with humans. However, not all vampires want to change, and not all humans want peace. It's inevitable. Humans will find out about the existence of vampires in their human acolyte society. After surviving the trials which led to 1,000 years of peace among vampires, Minuet. So who's a fan of Star Trek? Star Trek Next Generation. There was a character, a popular character in a couple episodes named Minuet. Must once again choose the best path forward. Fearing humans will attempt to eliminate vampires, Danielle maintains the only way to save their kind is by launching an attack to take over the human world. But when Vincent discovers a blood substitute called Necroplasm, a new option presents itself, the possibility of living in peace with the humans. Sounds very political. The fate of vampires and humans rests with the success of Necroplasm. Yes, I wrote Necroplasm. But you know, with the vampires and Minuet and, you know, I think if you had read the descriptions, you should have been able to figure out which one that is. I will put a link. I forgot to get that ahead of time. Let me do this. Go back to the main shot. You see, I can't just pull up the Amazon screen because it would show my postal code with you guys right there. So let's do this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is... There we go. That is the link to find it on Amazon. Monope says that was my guess too, but I thought it was a bad guess. It was the correct guess. But do I like vampires though? I don't know. I don't know. Soul Life, LOL. I just saw an exercise bike commercial, except there was no bike. Okay. Oh, hello, Christy, and happy Halloween to you as well. John Martinez says, sounds similar to Lifehouse, the album who worked on before shelving it because no one but the band understood it was political. So, something that I've been working on, a little treat, I guess. A little treat, and, you know, it is something. You see, I really love that book. Here, I'm going to pull up a better screen of it, the cover. If I do this, No. Do I have just the, I can pull that up, okay. There we go. See, the thing is that I really love this book. Like, it's a cheesy ass name. I know. It wasn't my top pick. I didn't even know what to do with it. But the world I built in this book, the way that I lived in this world for like 2 months, I don't get sick of it. Like, I've never gotten sick of this book, and I've read it literally, like, I'm not joking when I say at a minimum a dozen times, like re-editing it and going over it, looking for little mistakes, adding in parts and stuff like that. And so part of this is what I am doing. Part of it is I just want to stay in this book a bit longer, but also because of the feedback I got during the beta reading part, because the beta reader hated my book, like hated it. Basically said it was unreadable and didn't even finish it. And I think part of it is it's hard to know with the inflections, because the way I write is how I usually speak, which if you just read it dry can be very difficult to decipher. So I am doing video storytellings of it. I'm using this background for it. That will be available to Jack in the Box tier patrons. And I'm going to do the entire book chapter by chapter. However, I've done chapter 1 already. And I have it ready to go on YouTube. But I want your guys' opinion. Should I make it public? So since this is a horror and it is Halloween, I thought I would share the first chapter with all of you. Now I have it inserted into my OBS as a video, so when I click on it, you won't see or hear me doing this in the background, but I will be in the sandbox with you all watching it as it goes along. But, give me thumbs up if this is something that you actually want to see, the first chapter read by me. It doesn't give away too much. The first chapter is not gory or anything of that sort. It's, a lot of setting up. And then we can discuss it afterwards, because I want nothing more than to just talk about my book. So let me know, give me some thumbs up in the sandbox if you would like to see the first chapter of Necroplasm. Christy said, necroplasm sounds like another word for dead guy ejaculate. John Martinez, go for it. Reading is what I enjoy the most. They put the S and Z so close together. Yeah, and I kind of miss, like when I first saw necroplasm, I'm thinking like plasm, like blood plasm, but it's not really plasm. It's plasma, and necro is dead. So I'm thinking like, dead blood plasm type thing when I first kind of saw the title and the character with blood all over their mouth and stuff of that sort. So I knew I could make this about vampires, and I made it about vampires, that's for sure. Let's see. Bad Lefty, damn, that sounds so good. Not gonna lie, just finished running around like a madman all day. Got a few beers ready, but right now I got a nice big cup sweet tea to relax for a while. Are you talking about my book or something else somebody put in there? Because the first chapter, it's a bit long, so the video is 30 minutes. But I would like to think it's engaging and entertaining. There's a little bit of an author's note first, just a couple minutes long, and then I get into the book. So, and I'm still, you guys are coming up with the worst names. Still curious, because, again, part of me is still kind of really terrified that my book is just bad. Because I appreciate support from people, no doubt about it. And I know a lot of people want to be positive and say, oh, I'm sure the book is good and stuff like that. And then I'm worried that they'll read it. Everyone will read it and be like, oh, wow, that is bad. And I'm worried that there's this autistic thing in my brain going on where there is something like blatantly offensive and off about this book that I just can't see because I'm so lost in the weeds of certain elements of it that I don't pick up on it until literally like anyone just kind of mentions it. Like the instant I see a reaction to it that's outside of my bubble, it will click for me and I'll be like, oh my God, that is horrible. And so just even announcing which book is buying is kind of making me feel a little vulnerable, to put it out there, because of course it's going to get judged. That's part of what you do with writing and stuff. And so I'm kind of nervous. So I want to make sure that if I hit play, that you guys are actually interested in seeing the first chapter. Because this is, I warned people ahead of time, this is a Halloween live stream that's low on politics and things of that sort. Let's see. Christy said, I had chicken pot pie for dinner. I haven't really had dinner yet. I also have a little bit of a game that I can play later on, that pay pie game. I have it set up so you guys can watch me play, because people do that sort of thing. They game and talk at the same time. And I think a lot of people would, it's relaxing. That's all it is. It's relaxing. Yeah. You get to watch me play it as a vampire. Okay. So far I've only had one person say go for it. Can I get maybe one or two more thumbs up before I hit play? Feeling just a little vulnerable here. Need some encouragement. Nope, I've never written a book before. Writing a book is impressive to me already. I am excited to learn about necroplasm. And it is a novel. I wrote a full-length novel, a meaty full-length novel in 2 months. Because the minimum is 10,000 words for the Derby, but there's no maximum. And I had the second highest word count. Okay, I got some go for it's and stuff. So I'll hit play on the video. I hope it sounds okay and everything, because I don't know how it will communicate through OBS. But if it's fine, I'll be listening to it with you guys, because I'll be watching it with you guys. I'll be in the sandbox with you. If it's not working through OBS, then I can switch over and just make it the YouTube video that is currently unlisted. So let's do that. So live, sell an audio book of the book with your reading of the book. That's kind of part of it too. Like the performance, the storytelling is part of it, but then also it makes it into an audio book, which could be interesting. And again, I'm the one that knows the inflections, so let's see how it goes. I'm super nervous about this because I really don't know how you guys will take it. But let's see. Let's I do this. And 3, 2, 1. Hello, I'm Sandy. For those of you who don't know who I am, nice to meet you. And for those of you who do know who I am, nice to see you again. Over the summer of 2024, I participated in the Inkfort Press Publishing Derby. This is a friendly competition to see who can sell the most books when we all start from scratch. Book covers with titles and fake pen names are designed for the Derby. Participants rank which covers they like the best, then they're doled out so each participant receives a different cover. As is the nature with ADHD, I missed the deadline for rankings by a day. Luckily, I was still given a cover. Yeah, sure, it was in my top 10 that I quickly selected without much thought, but looking at it, I knew I got it because no one else wanted it. I had no idea what to do with that cover. After a couple walks, a story started to form, and soon I was creating a world with depth, rich history, new language, and interesting characters. For 2 months, all I could think about was this book. It was an escape from reality for me, and I loved working on it. I could visualize it, feel it, almost like I was living in that world. Fascinating pieces fell into place, connections were made, and I had a full, well-thought-out story I was proud of. I was excited to share it with others. The anonymous beta reader part of the Derby came up, and I was looking forward to getting feedback. Well, I got it. Only one person chose to beta read my book, and the notes I got from them were devastating. They didn't finish reading my book and basically told me my book was unreadable. I didn't feel the notes were constructive, and I was left doubting everything about my writing. After the hurt, Softened, I continued to edit and rework my book. I reminded myself that it's just one person's opinion and my writing may not be their cup of tea. I also reflected on what I was told. I understand why some people won't like my book and may even find it offensive. My book is not an easy read. It is a horror meant for adults, not a feel-good story. It will make people feel uncomfortable and challenge beliefs, and it's loaded with political and social commentary. The aspect the beta reader was most taken aback by was the sexual assaults in the book. I'm a fan of horror, and to me, what I put in it, I felt was in line with other horror books I've read and what can be found in news articles and gritty TV series or rated R movies. Granted, news articles have content warnings, but I don't recall seeing content warnings on the horror books I've read or on rated R movies. Everything I put into my book is intentional. It's there because I feel it fits the narrative, helps to build the world, adds to the characters, or furthers the plot. This includes the scenes with the sexual assaults. They're there for a reason. Even throwaway lines have meaning, but you may not understand that meaning until later on. Again, this is a challenging read and it requires focus and patience. I'd ask that if you start the journey of reading my book, to stick with it to the end before making judgments because not everything will make sense until the end. Another reflection I had is, I get it. My writing style may be difficult to understand without knowing the inflections of the voices. This is something I struggle with when writing for others. So what better way to experience my book than to hear it the way that I do? The art of storytelling is an underrated source of entertainment, and I'd love nothing more than to perform my story for you. But I must warn you, I can't do all the accents in the book, so I'm not going to do any of them. My book hasn't been professionally or even unprofessionally edited. I'm the only one who's worked on it, so I know there's a lot of little, possibly even big mistakes I didn't catch. Sorry about that. I'm going to try my best to distinguish the dialogue between the different characters and the narrative. It may help to follow along with your copy of my book, which can be purchased on Amazon using the link in the description box below. I love the world I built and the potential it has to expand. Please join me in sharing the experience of exploring the world of Necroplasm. Yes, I know, it's a ridiculous title. I get it. Necroplasm, Chapter 1, New Possible Future. You brought a human into the council chamber? Vincent's audacity astonished me. While humans coming into the chamber wasn't strictly prohibited, it was uncommon and, generally speaking, permission from council members was required. But I think part of my surprise was it was Vincent who did it. He was very meek, and doing something this bold was out of character for him. Before he could respond, Danielle spoke up. Minuet, it's all right. I asked him to be here. Since she oversaw security, her permission held a lot of value. However, I was still perturbed. You should have informed the rest of us before allowing him to bring that human here. Vincent said, Her name is Stephanie, and I have a really good reason for— Hush! I snapped. Vincent appeared to be embarrassed by my scolding of him. He quickly brushed back the white streak in his hair he often let hang in front of his face. The human, Stephanie, a simple woman with no features that would catch an eye, took a step behind him. I could hear her heartbeat increase. My intention wasn't to frighten the poor thing. I turned back to Danielle. The celebration of treaties begins in a few nights. Now is not the time to bring a human before us. Actually, Minuet, I felt what Vincent had to say would be important for the council to hear before the celebration. This could change everything. Danielle often looked confident. Her background is from India. Mine is from Norway. The feature that ties all of us together is the white in our hair. Hers framed her face in stark contrast to the rest of her dark hair and eyes. In them, I noticed she seemed strangely uneasy. All right. Vincent, explain yourself.
This is Stephanie. I came across her research on artificial blood 4 months ago. I applied it to my research and had a breakthrough on my project. You mean, yes, Vincent said. We're close to finding a substitute for human blood. I felt the wind taken out of me. That does change everything. I sat back, allowing this information to sink in. Glancing around at the other council members, I could see they were doing the same. Vampires have required human blood for all of our existence to survive. No other animal, no known substitute has ever maintained our life force. 4 months ago, she became an acolyte that fast and she's accepting of everything she's come across? And Stephanie is of unusual talent and intellect. She knew that creatures like us were a possibility, even likely given what she's learned from her research. I believe her scientific curiosity helped her to accept the reality of vampires. Keeping our presence hidden from humans had been vital to our survival. For a human to be made aware of us and brought into our society of acolytes, it takes a lot of investigation and testing. We were using a system Danielle set up for vetting humans. I shot her a quizzical glance. Danielle told me she passed everything and her test scores were quite high. I got up from my seat to approach this human. The eyes of the other council members were on me. While we don't have a leader, at least not in the sense humans would think of one, I was aware my opinion held the most influence. Despite all the computers, screens, and electronics filling the room with noise, my footfall echoed on the tile floor. Operations were moved to this building in Ottawa, Canada, 60 years previously. The location was ideal for our future plans, and the architecture had remnants of when settlers first arrived to this land, a style fondly remembered by many of us. The modern buildings humans put up lack character, uniqueness, and are built as cheaply as possible, removing all embellishments. I enjoyed going to the most untouched parts of the building to feel the texture of the stone under my hands and breathe in its scent. No matter how often the stone had been washed, hints of its original time permeated the surrounding air. I saw a hopeful expression on Vincent's face. He was enthusiastic about his research. Also, I knew he was trying to impress me. His energy reached out to me, but I remained focused on the human. I asked her, Stephanie, as part of the socializing, I take it you've witnessed a full feeding? I did, she replied. And you've submitted to a passive feeding? I have. What did you think of them? Her heartbeat had calmed, but nervousness continued to surround her. I found it fascinating. I was relieved to learn there's no side effects with a passive feeding. The last thing I want is to turn into one of you, she shrugged. Why is that? Oh, sorry, I don't mean to offend. It's just that the full feeding, taking a life, I don't think that's something I could do. You take life all the time when you eat. Yes, I get that, but I'm not a predator. I've never had to kill my food. I guess it's different for you being born predators. Is that how you see us? As predators? Well, yes. That's how I could accept what you do. Humans can fall prey to many animals. It doesn't make those animals evil. At least, so long as I'm not the meal. She gave me an apprehensive smile, no doubt hoping I wasn't about to make her my meal. You swore off going back to your own kind just like that? Realize once you've become part of our society, you can't go back to your old life. You're required to sever all ties, including family. I don't have family. My focus has been my research, which hasn't left much room for friendships. And, well, I have a hard time connecting with people and find it difficult to function in that society. With the opportunities, equipment, and advanced knowledge you have, how could I not want to be part of this society? Your people have been more open to me than mine ever have. Your people? Sorry, I mean, we're different species, I cut her off. Humans have more in common with apes than you do with us. Humans are people. Vampires are kinfolk. Acolytes are humans who serve and work with us. Yes, of course, the way kinfolk and acolytes have accepted me is unlike anything I've ever been a part of. Vampires can communicate with animals on an emotional level. Humans were too complex for us to read what they were feeling, leaving us to rely on verbal communication. However, we're very good at observing their behavior and physical responses. It's not impossible for a human to lie convincingly to us, but it's rare for that lie to go unnoticed. I studied her for any tic, any sign of disgust, any indication she was trying to deceive us. I found none. She certainly seemed accepting. I said, "Vincent, you believe her work will help you accomplish your goal?" "I do." "Continue your work." I turned from him and addressed the council members. "As of this moment, nothing has changed. But we need to prepare ourselves for the possibility a substitute for human blood is close to becoming a reality." "Thank you, Minuet," Vincent said to me. "I'm glad you trust her." "I trust you, Vincent. If you trust her, that's good enough for me." Later that night, Michael was with me in my residence. I had a penthouse that overlooked the city and the Rideau Canal. I kept my place simple, a couple pieces of furniture, an entertainment screen, but not much else. I didn't feel the need for decorations or displaying objects. Even the clothing in my closet were modest. The only thing I had in excess of were coverings for my bed. After Michael and I had finished our meal, I leaned on the balcony railing, licking the last bit of flavor from my fangs before retracting them, while taking in the scents from below. The sun would rise soon, and we would sleep for the day. Sunlight has no ill effect on us. Vampires are simply nocturnal. We avoid the daytime, especially in cities, because the noise pollution gives us headaches. When the Freedom Convoy was in town, even with our soundproofing of residence and work areas, many of us had to flee the city for our own sanity. A few of the more obnoxious occupiers just happened to go missing around then. This time of night, before the city woke, I found it peaceful. Michael joined me on the balcony after putting the remains of our food in a vacuum bag for disposal. He put his arm around me and I leaned into him. "She was exquisite. You can always taste the difference with wild stock. How were you able to get a hunting permit this close to the celebration?" "They wanted a few more items for the ballroom. I persuaded them to let me have one if I got them one as well." "Where'd you find her?" "She was coming off a Rideau Canal day cruise with her husband. I overheard her say they were traveling here from Spain for their 10-year anniversary. I wanted to get you something special, not from around here. People outside of Canada have this odd belief Canadians are friendly and trustworthy. I convinced them I knew of the perfect off-the-beaten-path restaurant for them to go to. It didn't take much for them to follow me. I sent her maid to the kitchen to be prepared for the celebration." "She was perfect. Thank you." "I'm glad you liked her." Michael's Mediterranean features were very attractive. I stroked the white in his hair located by his right temple. It was very distinct. I've never minded the white in my hair being at the top of my head and layered down, but I appreciate the look of a hard contrast in others. Vampires keep aspects of our culture and abilities from acolytes. One of the abilities we hide is when vampires have bonded romantically. We can speak telepathically to each other. "What's on your mind? You seem more troubled tonight," I asked Michael. I knew him getting the hunting permit wasn't just to spoil me. He also wanted a way to distract himself from his loss. "I watched the recording of the council meeting. Sorry I couldn't be there myself. Everyone involved with the celebration is pulled thin right now." He passed his hand through my hair. "You know, you were a bit hard on him. Vincent is only doing what he thinks is best for our kinfolk." "I know. It just caught me off guard. I knew this day would come, but the implications of what it means. Once we've exposed ourselves to the humans, there's no going back. Our way of life, the society we've built, will be changed forever." He seemed to take your reaction to heart. I think he loves you. He does. I've known for a while. So that means, yes, I love him as well. I leaned back on the railing and felt the breeze in my hair. Do you think if humans loved the same way we do, they could write songs or have influence for poetry? It seems their best art is inspired by not understanding who loves who and why. The way we connect is so much more simple. Humans would probably feel it lacks passion, but they can never comprehend the intimacy and intensity of the love we share among ourselves. When a vampire loves another, they send out an emotional signal. If the one of their desires doesn't have feelings for them, they don't notice this signal. However, if they do have feelings, they can sense it and choose if they want to respond. Michael seems surprised by my omission. Then why haven't you responded to him? It's complicated. Complicated? How could it be complicated? He would want me as his primary. You're my primary. So, plenty of us have had relationships where one is the primary and the other is not. That's no reason not to respond. Is he in a relationship? No. He's only had casual relations since he parted ways with Danielle. What was it, 120 some odd years ago? And since then, he's been so focused on his work, I didn't think he could have room for a relationship. A while ago, I was watching him at a story gathering and I felt him reach out. I've always been fond of him, but I didn't realize how much my feelings had developed. I chose not to respond, hoping my feelings would fade. They didn't. Wait, you actively tried not to love him? It's complicated. There are things that... I let out a sigh. It's complicated. Even after all these years, I still don't understand everything you do. Of course, you don't have to respond to him. I'm just confused as to why you wouldn't. I have a feeling he would do anything to make you happy. I'm happy being with you and having casual relations. It's simple. I need simple right now. He hugged me close and stroked my hair. I know the celebration of treaties is a challenging time for you. At least kinfolk have stopped making you the center of attention for them. Well, not as much as they used to anyway. If it weren't for you, there'd be no celebration. Kinfolk want to show their appreciation. I've never wanted to be treated any different from any other kinfolk. You know that. One of the many reasons I love you is because you've never thought of me as being above everyone else. You know, connecting with Vincent could make things easier on you. He doesn't strike me as the type to love you for selfish reasons. Like me, he'd love you for you. It's more than that, I confessed. Maybe after all this is done, the celebration, his research, maybe then I'll respond. Why rush? All I want is to stay with you in this moment. This is simple. It's perfect. I just want you to be happy. I don't want you to miss the chance to explore your feelings with him. You never know when... His voice trailed off and the pain he had been carrying swelled to the surface. I kissed him all over his face and squeezed him tight. Hey, listen to me. I tried my best to soothe him. We haven't given up hope of finding out what happened to Lucas. Danielle has kinfolk working on finding him non-stop. There hasn't been a new lead in months. I keep trying to reach out to him. Raphael does the same. All we feel is emptiness. Lucas had been missing for almost 2 years. I wanted so much to tell Michael we would find him and that everything was going to be all right. But I couldn't lie to him. It wasn't uncommon for a kinfolk to go off on their own for solitude to meditate and contemplate elements of their lives, sometimes for years. However, if one were to do that, they let others know where they're going and take communication devices with them. An alert feature is on these devices that automatically sends out a signal if high levels of stress are detected. But for Lucas to seek solitude and not tell anyone? That's not something he would do. He was a social butterfly and loved being around others. Raphael was his primary relationship, and he had many other romantic connections, including with Michael. Lucas and Raphael had been planning the treaties ball for 3 years before he went missing. There was no escaping it. Lucas was dead. Our focus was trying to find out what happened to him to bring us closure. The noise of the traffic picked up. We stepped inside and closed the soundproof glass doors. I put on music that was from a time before human recordings, music we kept alive in our society. It was gentle and melodic from what is now referred to as Shanghai China. Michael had taken what remained of our meal off the bed and had put it by the door. During the day while we slept, an acolyte would be by to pick it up. We sat down on the soft furs of the bed. I reached over to hold his hands. I asked Michael, "How's Raphael handling it? He hasn't come to me." "He's closed himself off from most kinfolk. It may be good if you don't wait for him to approach you." I was Raphael's mentor. What Stephanie had said in the council chamber, that we are born vampires, isn't exactly true, but it's the truth we let humans believe. We are born human, by human parents. However, we are different. The easiest way to explain it is that there's a seed inside of some humans. If it's discovered and nurtured before puberty, they bloom into vampires. We can identify who has it by taste. Of course, now we have more modern ways of testing. When we discover a child carrying the vampire gene, we take them. If that's problematic for their family, the family is killed. That might sound tragic, but it's not. We feed the child vampire blood, which triggers changes in their bodies and minds, including becoming infertile and losing all desire to bond with humans. No one misses their families, and no one remembers their life before they were given vampire blood. When this happens, we refer to the child as a young one. While feeding on vampire blood, the child continues to eat human food and grow at human rates. Early in puberty, they white. That's when a white streak appears in their hair and indicates they're ready for human blood. Vampires have a ceremony for this time in our life cycle when we become kin. They share their first full feed with a vampire who will become their mentor. During puberty, they require human food and blood and vampire blood, with their mentor being their sole source of vampire blood. During that time, the kin and mentor form a bond that resembles the bond between a human child and parent, but not as exclusive. All vampires look after young ones in kin and provide them with educations. The mentor is meant to provide stability with the intense changes they're going through. The kin stays with their mentor, who guides them through the process, answering questions as they grow. After puberty, they can no longer digest human food. Roughly 5 years after that, they're weaned off of vampire blood. When kin are no longer reliant on vampire blood, the bond with their mentor fades. However, the mentor supports them until they've become independent members of society around the age of 50, which is when they become kinfolk. Once a kin has white, they experience a drastic slowdown in the apparent aging process compared to humans. So, a 100-year-old vampire can look the same age as a human who is in their late teens. A vampire's physical aging appearance stabilizes around the time they turn 300, at what their peak health would have been as a human. Vampires are considered young until the age of 500 and commonly referred to as children, in the same sense a 60-year-old human would call a 20-year-old a child. After 500, age is no longer a factor in anything social. We view a kinfolk who is 600 the same as we view a kinfolk who is 3,000. Similarly, those under 500 develop romantic and sexual relationships with kinfolk who are within a couple centuries of each other. While there's nothing technically wrong with a 100-year-old being with a 1,000-year-old, it would be extremely odd. But no one would bat an eye at a 700-year-old in a relationship with someone who is 4,000. During times of stress or conflict, vampires often seek out their mentor for support. My heart sat heavy that Raphael hadn't come to me yet. The pain he was feeling must have been so overwhelming that any attention to it would cause him to collapse into himself. I wanted to provide him with what little comfort I could give. Losing one of our own was a rarity, and to lose one with no knowledge as to how hadn't occurred in hundreds of years. I've tried talking to him. Of course I'll try again. I don't want to push things. When he's ready, I'm here for him. My ice blue eyes met Michael's coal black eyes. Everyone is concerned about Lucas. We all loved him in our own ways. We won't rest until we find out what happened to him. We were each other's primary for 400 years. Our relationship ebbed and flowed, grew and changed, but it was always strong. As my relationship with you became more intense, his relationship with Raphael also grew. We felt it was time to embrace others as primaries, but our feelings for each other never changed. The time I spent with him, the time I spend with you, is so precious. With the way things are changing, there's no telling what will happen after we come out to the humans. I don't want you to miss the opportunity to experience your love with Vincent. I don't think it will trouble him at all not being your primary. And who knows, that may change. We laid down on the bed and held each other close. Change, I said. That's what worries me. It worries me too. What Vincent said in the council meeting. Could it really be possible that we'll no longer need human blood? Possible? I think it's inevitable. How are the other council members handling it? Danielle is pushing harder for an aggressive takeover of humans. I think she knows with this new option, many will lean in the direction Vincent favors. If we no longer need human blood, if humans are no longer our prey, perhaps there's a chance we can coexist in our own societies. Danielle doesn't believe peaceful coexistence with humans is possible. But the thought of taking over the world, dominating over them, I don't think that's sustainable. And what would that do to us? How can our society freely develop if we have to devote so much of our resources to keeping the human population obedient? I sighed and put my hand under Michael's shirt to feel his skin. He undid the buttons so I could rest my head on him and listen to his heartbeat. The option I want can't go on much longer. Keeping things status quo, simple. But I'm too cognizant of reality. It's only a matter of time before the human world discovers us. Either we choose change now or it will be done to us later. The only reason we haven't gone down Danielle's route yet is because I've been delaying it. Everyone's looking to me for guidance and I have none to give. We get one chance to come out to humans. If we mess it up, both our societies will suffer. For someone who likes to keep things simple, you sure do become the center of change. Maybe that's why kinfolk turn to you. They know whatever decision you come to will be the best for most kinfolk, even if it's the one you don't want yourself. I wish it wasn't me. I know. He put his hand under my shirt and caressed my skin softly, the way he knows I like. Ever since the trials, kinfolk turned to you in times of upheaval. Because of what you did. Well, it led to hundreds of years of peace. I only did what I had to for us to survive. I never wanted to be a leader. Leader, but not in the sense humans would think. No one vampire has more power than others. We're all of equal status, filling the positions in society we're best suited for. The Vampire Council is fluid. No one is voted in and no one applies for a position. An unspoken coalescing takes place where we follow the one best qualified for the tasks. Very few of us, like me, have been on the council since its creation. Most of the time, I'm content to sit back and let others take charge. But in times like this, without me wanting it or asking, they follow my lead. I have the most influence, but I don't make the decisions for others. Michael sits on the council as the head administrator of our society. Vincent is our head scientist, but has chosen not to sit on the council. He wanted to focus on what his science could do, not how it would be used. You've led us this far. I have faith in what you decide. Michael formed a smile. Besides, it makes no difference to me. Either way will be a logistical calamity. I laughed. He always finds a way to make me feel better. Let's forget about the rest of the world and just focus on now. We finished undressing ourselves and relished the textures of the fur coverings under our bodies and our skin pressing against each other. Our internal bodies are quite different from humans, but our external features remain the same, though one pleasantry retained from when we were human. Sex is purely for pleasure and an expression of intimacy. We don't have a sex drive, we don't attach shame to our desires, nor do we feel the need to sexually dominate over another. Sexual aggression and violence have not existed among vampires since the trials. We're free to explore with whoever is interested in exploring with us. Over the centuries, our techniques for our physical pleasure have expanded. And when making love with one you have a romantic bond with, the experience goes far deeper than the physical. Our minds touch and we feel the essence, or what humans would call a soul of the other. Our expressions of intimacy include taking sips of each other's blood. That is, we cut into the skin to taste, never biting through the skin. When a young one or kin feeds on a vampire, it's not in the same sense as when we feed on humans. Vampire blood is solely ingested to cause the body to change and grow into a vampire. To feed on another vampire and take their life essence is immensely taboo, even in extreme circumstances. There had been no known instances of a vampire full feeding on another. With the blackout blinds automatically drawn and the music playing, Michael and I made love until the late hours of the morning. I hope you enjoyed this snippet of my first published book. If you would like to see more of my story performance, I will be posting the rest of the chapters for my patrons at the Jack in the Box tier. Link to my Patreon can be found in the description box below. Please purchase my book and leave positive reviews. Not only will it help my book get out to others, but it will also make me feel better about my writing. Thank you for watching, and please do the rest of that YouTube stuff. You know what I'm talking about. And I'm back. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay. My mouse died. I have a Wi-Fi mouse, and it decided that the batteries were done. I don't know how to fix it on OBS. I'm just looking at the screen right now, and it's like a very reddish, warm color tone. Like I had to fix that in post for the storytelling to cool it down a bit. And there might be a filter or something, but I don't like this kind of like almost sienna, I think, filter, like a very mild filter going on with this. So hopefully I will figure it out. I didn't want to experiment right before I went on to a live stream. So seeing some comments in here. Thank you so much. It means a lot to have some support with it because I'm super nervous about it. I hope you guys like that first chapter. I do have another chapter that I've queued up that's only about 10 minutes long. It's not the second chapter. It's chapter 7. But I really, really like it. But I think for that one, though, for me to know that you guys want to see it, one of two things has to happen. And that is, I sell 5 books during this live stream, or $50 in super chats. And I already have $10 in super chats. So if you would like to see chapter 7, which is a chapter I really like, I have a lot of fun in it, you know what to do. I like these fangs. And I'll just go over some of the comments in the sandbox. Looney Tunes 9000, you mean to say that vampires are pedo? Drinking blood is not the same as love making. It's very separate when they're feeding on each other. And as I explained in that chapter, it's not in the sense that they would feed on humans. So when they find a child with the vampire gene, the child isn't actually biting into them to drink. There's a
cut on them that they then feed to the child type thing. And it's like, I know there's like a lot of world building, like explaining in the first chapter, and there's going to be explaining of different things in different chapters as you go along for the first bunch of chapters, because that information is important later on. So I don't then have to explain it at a different time. And it just kind of seems to naturally fit in right there. But like the age gaps, being able to speak telepathically to one you have a romantic bond with, all of that is very important later on in the book. So that's why I said in the author's notes, like, you need a lot of patience for this book. It takes a while to build up to different things. And like I said, like throwaway lines they have a meaning later on, even though you might not catch on to it. And it could be that it's building up to something in the future that happens in the book so that you understand it then. Or you could hear a line and then you have to think back and connect the dots. So it's not a book that you just sit down with on an afternoon and read because you just want like a mild distraction. Like you actually have to pay attention to it, which is, in this day of ADHD can be a bit much to ask for. But I'm glad that people were saying that you liked it so far. John Martinez says, I like the substitute for blood. Makes me think of Count Duckula, a vampire duck who was given tomato catsup in error and lived as a vegan who was showbiz crazy. Great story thus far. I'm thinking, was it Darkwing Duck? Is that the same thing? I remember like a Darkwing Duck cartoon. That might be Count Duckula because he was a vampire, so that would make sense. Unless there was a different version in Canada versus the United States. Let's see. My computer's making weird noises. And I just lost my stream. I will refresh and hopefully it will be there. Okay, I refreshed and it's there. That freaks me out when that happens. That happened in my last stream too, where I lost the studio page with all the chats and stuff like that. I don't know, it freaks me out. I still don't really know what I'm doing with this whole YouTube thing, I feel like. Okay, let's get back to some of the comments in the sandbox. Manope, I've always wondered about vampire age gaps. Yeah, and that's the important thing too, I felt in this, is to explain a lot of the vampire lore in this book, because it's going to be different depending on which vampire tale that you go by. They all have different abilities, what they can do, can they go out in sunlight, all of this sort of stuff. So a lot of this book also just dives into how these vampires were created, how their abilities came to be, and all that sort of stuff, and why they were created. Like this is a full, when I first started this, the dots that I started to connect and going back and forth, because the trials were mentioned in here, and that happened 1,000 years ago. So we'll get more into the trials later on in the book type thing. And just the things that happened since. And then you have like these societies within societies. So you have the vampire society, but then you also have their acolytes, and their acolytes are very, very devoted. And you would never imagine why. But it's in the book as to why these acolytes are very loyal and devoted to vampires. Genie Bottle is a Brit born in '69. I grew up with great TV shows and films. Zeke says that was really, I was blushing at the romantic scenes. There's a couple of those. It does get dark in a lot of places, as it is a horror. Um, let's see. Hello, Colt Dog. Is that how you say your name? Welcome to the sandbox. Bad Lefty, I have no idea what all that filter stuff meant. It just means like a filter on a camera or something. When I look at the screen, everything looks very warm tone to me. And it's not actually that warm tone if you see me in person. It's a lot cooler tones, like my skin, the background, and stuff. So there's probably a setting or a filter I can put into my OBS that would adapt to that. Because my makeup looks a lot better in natural light, not warm tones. Because like I paled my skin and everything, and there's hints of blue in this white here, which is harder to see with this kind of warm color going on that's being translated into the OBS and then onto YouTube. Like, I had to reshoot that video a couple times, but then I had to re-upload it to YouTube a couple times because the other thing I ran into is that when I upload it, it goes in darker. So YouTube then shows it darker than what it actually is. So you couldn't see any distinction on the shirt or anything. Like it just looked like a black blob type thing. So I had to change that. But I felt for the storytelling, I wanted to keep it like a simple outfit, no dangly jewelry, no loud makeup or anything, because I don't want people to be focused on what I'm wearing, what my jewelry is, what my makeup is. So I kept it very neutral and not loud because I want people to be focused on the story, the voice, what's happening and that sort of thing, the expressions and stuff, and not be distracted by sparkly things. Let's see. John Martinez, am I the only one who thinks fangs add beauty? Bad Maid's lead singer has natural fangs on her teeth, gives her a vampiric look. I like it. I think it makes me look nice. I actually knew a guy a long time ago. He had cosmetic dentistry done, and his fangs were extended using porcelain, and they were like permanent. Like you couldn't take them off or anything. Like it was added on top of his tooth and kind of fused on or something. I don't know how it happened exactly, but it was like dentist cosmetics. Because the trick with that is you have to do it in such a way that the person can then still close your jaw. Because the thing with these fangs right now and why people speak a little funny with them is you can't actually close your jaw all the way because they come up behind the tooth, so you can't bite down properly, so you don't have the same freedom of motion with your mouth. And like I said, you're constantly worried that they're about to fall out, so it makes you speak a little weird. And my lips, the front of my lips are rubbing on the top of the tooth, which feels weird. So he had them cosmetically extended. But it would have had to be done just exactly right so he could still chew his food properly. But they looked really neat. Jeannie Bottle says Darkwing Duck was a separate show. Huh. Oops, jumped. I kind of remember the theme song, like, oh, it's Darkwing Duck. Might just be a Canadian thing then, I don't know. Canadian Brit thing? John Martinez, Darkwing Duck was my shit too. He was the terror that flaps in the night. So there's a Count Duckula and Darkwing Duck, so they're both vampire ducks in different cartoons. Seems like there should only be a market for that. Like you don't need to saturate the market with that one. Colt Dog still infinitely better than Sam Cedar at the YouTube. Have you seen the compilation video I put together of him trying to turn off his live streams? It's funny. It was the most popular video when I first put it up. But I need now an extended mix because there's been more instances of him just being silly trying to turn off YouTube, which is just so adorable. And as soon as I put these fangs back in, the need to want to chew on my inner lip just starts driving me crazy to do that stimming. Soul Life says warm is usually night mode. I like cooler though. I'll have to see if there's something I can do about that. But I didn't want to mess around with it right before a live stream. But also, actually, it's not just dark mode, or because I shot that video during the daytime when it was bright, so I don't know. John Martinez, keep hearing Monster Mash, thrillers, somebody's watching me all day long, handing out packets of ramen instead of candy. B-Cat, probably somewhat like a veneer, just shaped into a fang. Yeah. Bad Lefty, Boomer ass Sammy. He'll be on Tim Pool tomorrow morning. Oh, I finally got through on the phone on Wednesday, called into Majority Report, and I do what I do every time that and just drives me crazy, and I want to immediately call back in. And that is, I forgot to plug my YouTube show. Every time, because I introduce myself as Sandy from Ontario, but I really should start just adding, Sandy from Ontario, also known as Left of the Box or something like that, because I keep on forgetting to then plug my YouTube channel at the end. Because part of me is still really nervous calling in. But I wanted to give an update on the elections and stuff, but he was kind of in a rush, so I didn't want to get into too much. And yeah, so I didn't get to say everything I wanted to say and stuff. And I'd love for him to just come back on my show so I can have a conversation with him. But he doesn't return my DMs. He's busy, I know. Just a lot going on in his life. But he'll be on Tim Pool tomorrow, and he's going to be very tired because he's getting up at 4 in the morning to catch the flight out there. Sam is no boomer, he just acts like one, says Looney Tunes 9000. You're only as old as you act, or something like that, or you're as old as you act, and he acts like a boomer. Death of Felipe Augusta. Everyone, if you call into MR, you should also plug Left of the Box. Colt Dog, yes, tomorrow morning, Friday morning, Sam will be on the Tim Pool podcast. So I might have to set my alarm so I'm up on time. I believe it starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time. It'll be interesting to watch because he's going to be super tired for it. But finally, and I get the feeling with Sam being so tired and begrudgingly going out because he didn't think it through properly. And he kind of forgot that November 1st is the day after Halloween and that he'd be spending Halloween with his kid. And so it makes it really, the scheduling, that's why he has to leave at 4 in the morning because he wanted to spend Halloween with his kid. I just get the feeling that all of his filters are going to be off. It should be interesting. John Martinez, Darkwing Duck was a hero. There was a vampire mutant potato show as an enemy, however. I don't remember any of that. John Martinez, LOL, Tim Pool, the paid Russian asset. Yeah. I just got a notice on my phone when we were watching that Tim Pool was going live, but I don't know if it was the Tim Pool or the parody account. But I don't think I've ever seen the parody account go live because I couldn't click and see what the handle was without actually listening in. And if it's the actual Tim Pool, or I don't know. I didn't want to listen to that because I'm in the middle of my own show. But if somebody, this is going to sound weird, if somebody could buy my book to make sure the link works, like that's one way of selling it, I suppose. But like I said, if I make $50 in this live stream through Super Chats, or I sell 5 books during this live stream, I will show you chapter 7, which is a short chapter, and I just really adore it. But like I said in the thing too, all the chapters will be available at some point on my Patreon at the Jack in the Box tier, so that's $25 American a month. And if it's something that you actually would really want to see, but you don't have much money, I would recommend just waiting and checking in with me to see when all of them are up. So then you only have to pay for a month and then you can just watch all of them. But yeah, I just want to talk about the book now. It was challenging in some of it. Like I actually, during the last live read I did for the video for that, I caught a mistake that was so severe to me, I had to re-upload my book to Amazon. That's how bad it was. Because I thought I had checked everything in this book and I got it and it was important and it was one freaking word and I had to re-upload my book because of one word, despite the fact that I know that there's going to be tons of little mistakes, like I didn't pluralize something or I forgot an ed or I used the wrong word. But this one word, as soon as I finally caught it, drove me crazy. Because one of the challenges of this book is, as you heard, it's first person from the perspective of a vampire who is nocturnal. And so when Michael says, like, it makes no difference to me, either way will be a logistical calamity, that sounds weird because normally what we would say is a logistical nightmare. They don't have nightmares because they don't sleep during the night. They have terror dreams, which I make reference to later on in the book. So doing things like that, catching those mistakes, like I had to comb through the book just to be like, oh, well, this will only delay things for a couple days. No, oh, this will only delay things for a couple nights. You know, doing things like that, like catching that language, like how would a vampire reference time passage and things of that sort? Or it's like, you know, trying to make sure that you get all of those little details when it's just so natural to say, oh yeah, it just extends it by a couple days without thinking. But it's like, no, I have to catch those because, and even when it came to the phrase of like vampires are kinfolk, because I really wanted to separate them from humans because they're not humans and they don't want to be called people. They're called kinfolk. And so going through and trying to catch all of those as well, because it's like, you know, oh, I just really care about my people. No, I really care about my kinfolk. And then it's like, yeah, I don't like him on a personal level. But they wouldn't say that. So it's like, no, I just don't like him on an individual level. Or, you know, they were doing everything they could to strip my humanity away from me. Well, no, they wouldn't say humanity. You know, so it was like, okay, so they were doing everything to strip away my sense of being a sentient being. Like it was changing all of those and trying to catch all of those little things. But it was important to do that. Because again, this is being told through the perspective of a vampire. And so I really had to try my best to get into her brain about that. Oh, Minty Doctors, thank you so much for the £5. Really, really appreciate that. Is that because you want to see chapter 7? I really like chapter 7. It's just, I read that chapter over and over again, and I just love performing it. Even though I'm not 100% satisfied with the performance I did in it, it's still good. But I think when it comes to uploading it to my Patreon, I will redo it again. But here's the thing, I never get sick of it. Like, I love this book so much, which is part of the reason why it hurts so much to hear from the only person I know who's read most of it or part of it. I don't even know when they stopped reading it, that they basically thought it was unreadable because like I said, I lived in this world for 2 months, which is why there's connections and there's things that harken back to the trials, which, gets explained more in the book, and events that happen. And you have the societies within the societies because there's groups of people within the acolytes as well. And then you have vampires with different motives and different backgrounds. And there's a difference between the vampires that were born before the trials versus after the trials and stuff. And you also learn later on how old the oldest vampires are. And then you learn about, the beings that were around back then and stuff. I don't want to give away too much, but there's so many layers to this one society. And then the book takes a turn. It's like, yeah, it's John Martinez is just saying that £5 equals $8.88 Canadian, trying to get me closer to that $50. The thing is I don't know if Amazon would tell me right away if somebody buys the book. I don't know if it's live. I have the dashboard. If I refresh it, so far it says I've only sold 2 books. I sold 2 books in October since the Derby began. And according to the page read for people who have like Kindle Unlimited, somebody read less than half the book, then gave up. At least I'm assuming it was one person. The other thought was it was like 10 people who only read 10 pages before giving up. But I think, again, part of it is it's like when I write a script for YouTube, trying to understand what I wrote is very difficult if you're just reading it yourself dry, because the inflections and stuff that I use, yet when I read my own script and perform my own script, the flow of everything I say makes sense. And I think I ran into that a lot with my book. Like I tried my best to read it out loud, to speed read it out loud, to see if I was stumbling over anything. And even then, there are sentences that won't make sense unless you actually hear it from me. And then another feedback was like, oh, the vampires, everyone seems to sound alike. And it's like, that's kind of intentional because culturally, that's how they speak, is in those specific mannerisms. They use similar language. English is not their first language. And so they have their own style to how they talk to each other, which might sound like that they're all indistinguishable, but then it's, again, a lot of the things that would distinguish them is the inflections. Things of that sort. And John Martinez says, Tim Toole is in over his head. Man versus child. Should go back and watch that old debate that Sam had with Tim. I go back and watch some of his old debates sometimes. The one with the notorious, Thanos snap. Thanos was a utilitarian or something, and Sam being like, I don't care. Colt Dog says he can just hit some Zepe Day and be fine. I wonder if we have the same restrictions up here in Canada with saying that word because, it's completely legal up here. Zeke says, oh, right, my bad, Sandy. I did try to buy it, but it was saying book not available. Maybe something else here. Someone else here had better luck than just me. Like, I know I re-uploaded it recently, so I could try to buy my own book. Let's see. It says buy now with one click. It says it will be auto-delivered wirelessly to Kindle for web. That's not what... Huh? It says read for free, start your 30-day free trial, which I don't have. No, if I want to buy. Huh. I might have to look into this a little bit more. It says by clicking the above button, you agree to Kindle Store. I can't show you guys the screen, obviously, because again, it has like my city and postal code in the corner of it. Let's see if it did anything, send anything to my email. Well, I got an email saying I just paid for it, which I'm fine doing, just to get the numbers up, if anything. Said view order details. Oh, there we go. Yeah, apparently I just bought it. And so then if I go here, and if I refresh that, it still says I only sold 2. I know, this is probably not exactly gripping stuff. Huh. Because there is, I want to see if a change in it actually kept. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'll do this later because this is probably not gripping material for you guys. Although it's like now that I'm on it, it's like really bugging me. Read it now. Oh, no, I see it. Okay. So I do have it. Now I need to see if the change was made. Oops, let's go back. Okay, good, the change was made. That was driving me crazy because I had Michael saying either way will be a logistical nightmare. And it wasn't until the very last read video recording I did of it before I caught that. And it was driving me crazy that I finally noticed it. So I had to like change it and re-upload it. But I could view it in my Amazon Kindle. So I don't know how Amazon works. Like I hate Amazon really. Let's see. If I refresh it again, will it show? Ah, it's still just showing that I sold 2. I don't know how this works. Anyway, like I said, though, I have the video for chapter 7 ready to go if I get that certain amount. And let's see, because it looks like... Thank you so much, Seek, for the $10. Really appreciate it. Reimbursed for check on it. I guess I just spent my own money on it, which is fine because I'll get some of that money back. And I'll do that to bump my own numbers up. I'm not against doing that. So let's see. click over here. Well, chat revenue is up to, well, let's see. If I do that, okay, it's about $30 so far. Or you guys can just say you bought the book in the chat and I'll trust you on that until I figure out what's going on. But I'll check a couple more of the comments, and then I wanted to maybe, I'll show you guys the game that I've been talking about that Grand Theft Autobot found for me. Let's see. Colt Dog, how does one obtain this text talking about the book? Hopefully you can buy it on Amazon. Sorry, heard my cat. He gets into trouble. Genie Bottle, Vampire Bill of Rights, free speech and the right to bare teeth. No vampire soldier can cross your doorstep without invite. They don't have that restriction. But they do have laws and stuff that they have to go through with interacting with humans, which is in the book. But the thing that I also kind of want to say about the book is don't read it simply to support me. If you want to support me, you can buy it, which helps and all that sort of stuff. Only read it if you like horror books and vampires. And I mean it, because the book does go into really dark, uncomfortable places. For the most part, when those parts in the book come up, you can skip to the end of the chapter to get past them when you realize that it's about to go into those areas. But it does go into some really dark areas. And like, I'm just worried about people also then just reading it to support me, but it's not their cup of tea, and then being that awkward, like, I want to tell you I liked it, but I want to be honest, I didn't like it. So like, Tim is going to yell when the kids cries and tells the man to tell it to man up. Looney Tunes 9000, I predict Tim will run away and hide from Sam Cedar. John Martinez, I'd laugh if Sam asked Tim how much he appreciates that Russian money. Oh, I'm sure Sam will go there. Like, he has very little filters to begin with when it comes to debates. If it comes up, I think he will not shy away from talking about it. I don't think it's something that he would insert himself necessarily. He's going to see where the conversation goes. But if it comes up, he will not shy away from it. Hello, Rachel. Welcome to the Sandbox. Nice to see you. Rachel, thank you for the $2. Sandy handling Fantasia tonight, I see. Headlining at Fantasia tonight, I see. Thank you so much for the $2. And Zeke, it says, let's celebrate their 5th super on a live stream. Oh, I'm your 5th, am I? Yeah, it's getting close. It's getting closer to that $50 in super chats, and then you'll see chapter 7, which to me is just a fun chapter, and you get to learn more about the vampire world in it. It doesn't give away too much, but it does kind of, again, indicate to other things that are in the book that it's a good chapter to get people interested, I think, because it makes references to other things that happen in the book that people might find interesting. So life, use privacy.com for online purchases. It could save you here. Yeah. John Martinez, I survived Stephen King's It. I'll definitely give this a shot. I haven't actually read It. Mainly because the plot doesn't appeal to me so much, like a book about kids and clowns and stuff like that. But it's like, considering what was in the original story of it that I know is in there, there is nothing like that in my book. Like there is, as I say in the author's note, there is FA in the book, and there is, um, I, it's only added when I feel it makes sense to add. So there are multiple instances of it, and it makes, to me, it makes sense when you get to that part. It makes sense. You get it. Nothing happens with children in this book. Like there's children that they might feed on, but nothing that type of thing happens with children. And meanwhile, in Stephen King's It, the original version, had a scene with children. There's a pitch meeting about it. Go to Ryan George pitch meetings and look for it. But considering what I've read in horror books, I felt what I put in mine is in line and doesn't even go nearly as far as a lot of some of the other books. So it could just be that the person who beta read my book was really set off by that sort of thing. Rachel at work, I've been reading Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter to escape the misery of reality. I've seen the movie, I haven't read the book. And for me, writing the book and getting like so invested in it was an escape from reality for me, living in that world, writing it and stuff. Like I'm actually looking forward to making all the chapters into videos and stuff because I don't get sick of it. I read it over and over again. And like the thing is that if that book were to get popular enough, I could expand on it. Like there's things that I left in there for the possibility of it going out of places. Or I could do a thing where I backtrack and go to when the main character was first born and then kind of leap through the time periods up to now type thing. But there's definitely ways of expanding on it and stuff. Cult Dog God Killer is really good dark fantasy to also LGBTQ. Yeah. There's it gets explained in the book, but the vampires don't recognize gender. They present for the sake of fitting them with humans, and that's it. But they don't have gender mainly because they don't reproduce. So they don't see the point in it. Cult Dog, probably my cup of tea. Yeah, the thing is that it also does get very political. There's a lot of social commentary in it. Like where it goes and stuff, a lot of social commentary undertones and stuff. And so if the person who beta read it, if their politics don't necessarily align with mine, then they might not like parts of the book. Some people who aren't politically engaged, it would probably go over their head. But if you know it, you know it. Rachel Atwood, I read The Stand, which is even longer. I read Under the Dome, and I really loved that book. It was really good. It was like 1,000 pages, but I really liked it. And it also had its scenes of a essay in there. Rachel Atwood, his short story 1922 is quite possibly the most fucked up horror story I've ever read. I really like his short stories. Stephen King's short stories. They go into some really dark places. John Martinez, someone said reading a book is like TV in your head. That's how I saw it, using my imagination to visualize what I'm reading. Yeah, that too. Rachel asking, do they have genitals? You might have missed I showed a video of the first chapter, so you can go back and watch it. I'm also going to be posting that as its own video on YouTube. And it is explained in that chapter that their external bodies are human-like. So yes, they have genitals and things of that sort. And there are things that, again, it's, I don't want to give away too much of the book. Things can be changed, but it's not easy if they want to change features. Their internal bodies are very different from humans, but their external features are very similar to humans. But Rachel's saying I clearly missed it. Sorry. Oh, no worries. You can go back and watch it. Also, I'll be posting it as its own video to help, plug my book. That's the first chapter. And then the rest of the chapters will eventually be available on my Patreon at the Jack in the Box tier. And people might get a sampling of chapter 7 if I get $50 during this live stream, or I sell 5 books, which, considering how Amazon is working right now, I don't know how easy that is. I don't know how likely that will be, because Amazon seems to be doing weird things. Because if I go to the dashboard and I click refresh, it's still just showing that I've sold 2, even though I technically just bought my own copy. Anyway, why don't I show you guys this? This is the game that I was talking about obsessively. Actually, I want to fix this video here just a second. Make me more centered. There we go. Should have done this before the stream. Do that. And do this. There we go. This is the game that I told everyone that if they could find it, I would marry them. And Grand Theft Autobot found it, sent me the link. And I now don't know how I feel about them. They're married, so they're not looking for a marriage ticket up here in Canada. But when I start playing it, I can't stop, which is the problem. Oops, hey, Abernathy, piss off. He saw the cord. Go. Sorry, I just need to kick him out of the room, otherwise he's going to chew through the light cord. Go, 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 go. Scooch. I will kick you out. Trying to get up in such a way that you guys don't see the pajama pants I'm wearing with this outfit. It doesn't exactly go together. So much for kicking him out of the room. But yeah, this is a game that I used to play obsessively when I first came across it, and there's 18 different layouts to this. The frustration with this game is not all the levels are winnable. It's kind of randomized, so you can be stuck on a level and play it 20 times and not get past it. Fortunately, it doesn't. You can do each level as many times as necessary to get to the next one. It doesn't, you don't have restrictions on how many times you try a level and stuff. But I used to play this game obsessively, and I have been playing it obsessively since I got it. And so I'm almost worried about clicking on this first resume, because as soon as I start playing it again, I don't know if I'll be able to stop. But I'll show you guys what this game is, because it hit all of my OCD, ADHD tendencies. So the game is Pay Pie. I don't know if that's how you say it. That's just how I say it. And it has some charming little clicky sounds to it and stuff. But so here I have a 6. So what I'm looking for is a 5 or a 7, which there are none. So now I have a king, so I can do this. King there. And then I can either choose the king or the jack. Now there is a little bit of strategy you can use with this game, depending on the level. So you're looking for as many chains as you can get. And when you get a really long chain of clicking back and forth, it's so satisfying when you finally get that. But as you get closer to the end, because you see how many cards you have here, if you have cards that are like this, like let's say I were to have an 8. No, let's say I were to have not an 8. I guess it would be a 9. If I were to, oh, right here. So let's see if it happens. So let's say this card was an 8. I have a 9 that I could click on, or I could click on the 7 and 6 to get rid of both of those. When you're this close to the end, though, however, it would make more sense if you have an 8 to then click on the 9, because since you have the 6 and the 7, there's like 4 times the amount of cards that you could come across that could potentially help you to clear the board. So, which I accidentally forgot to do. Unfortunately, the other frustrating thing about this, there's no undo button. Like once you've gone through it, you've gone through it. So there are little techniques that you can do with this to help you go through it. But again, sometimes you have to be careful and force yourself to slow down because you can click too fast. And like I said, there's no undo button, which is really super frustrating because there's a lot of levels I could potentially win if it had an undo, because sometimes you're down to 2 cards. You'll have like a jack and a 9 and you'll get a 10. And so you click on the 9, but then the next card you get is an 8. And so it's like you should have clicked on the jack, but you don't know that ahead of time. And there's some levels that if I get stuck on, I'm fine, because if I'm on levels that have like the potential for larger chains of clicking like this, I like those levels. But then there's levels that I get stuck on that don't do this, and those ones I find frustrating to get stuck on. And so also, and their, I guess, technique is if you have the option, click on a card that will reveal more cards. Like that. So now I can click on the 10, or I can go here, 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 here. But like I said, when you're this close to ending the board, sometimes it's safer to, oh, wait a sec, I can just, do it that way too. I'm talking to you guys as I'm doing this, so it's like distracting me a bit from it. There we go. Rachel Atwood, no undo? Yes, there's no undo. It drives me crazy. If there is an undo, I don't know where it is. Like there's no how, like there's the how to play the game, but this doesn't say anything about an undo feature. And I've tried like Control Z and things of that sort. This is a really old game, so there's no guarantee that was built into it. So not all the levels are winnable. And you can't undo. So you have to have a lot of patience for this game and realize you might get stuck on a level for 20 some odd rounds. And it's so frustrating when you get stuck on certain levels where it's like you just want to move to the next one, maybe because you like the layout better. Now here you see I could go for the queen and the jack, but they don't uncover any cards if I do that. However, if I click on the ace, it uncovers a card. And so now I get the 2, which actually leads me to be able to do this. And here, so I had the option of clicking on the 9 or the 8. It's more important to click on the 8 because we're still 3 layers deep here, whereas the 9 only 1 layer deep. And that's more important on different levels. So you want to click on the ones that have more cards under them if you're given that option. And it can be so frustrating because you can be down to like 1 card left and you can have like 10 cards to go through, and you go through all of them and none of them match. That is so frustrating when that happens. like now. Because the problem is when you have only these cards left, you need ones that compatible with that. But at least these cards are somewhat compatible, because sometimes these could all be different cards that are not compatible with each other, so you can only click one at a time depending. And then at some point, you can get down to a certain amount and you just rapidly click through to the end to lose the level because you know there's no possible way of winning. Rachel Atwood reminds me of Pyramid. Yeah, there are solitaire games like this that are like just 3 pyramids type thing. But this is nice because it has all the different layouts. And so on a level like this, if you have the option of clicking 2 cards beside each other, ideally you want to do that because then it would reveal other cards. I'm getting all like paranoid because like people are watching me as I do this. And sometimes you do something and you realize, oh, there was another card I could have clicked on and stuff. But again, no undo feature, really frustrating. So here I can do 6, 5, 4. But there's likely a bigger chance of me getting cards that will be compatible with that versus just a 1-off 8. So when it's this close, you do that. But here it's kind of frustrating because this will then leave 1 card orphaned. But luckily that didn't matter. But I don't know if people would find this relaxing to watch or this is like the gaming I do as I watch like my numbers of people watching this live stream drop down to 0. Yeah, watching somebody dressed up as a vampire playing solitaire, not exactly gripping stream material, I think. I'll just finish this level and then I'll switch off. And I don't think I'm going to win this level. Because that's the thing. You might not think you win a level, but then you end up with like a chain of cards that clears off half the board. Or... oh, there we go. Anyway. That's the game of crack that I have. Genie Bottle, farewell, folks. Wishing November is not horror time. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It's so hard to believe that it's like just a few days from now is the election down in the States. Like, I am so nervous and scared because I know Emma on the Majority Report seems pretty confident that everyone is underestimating Kamala's chances of winning. I just don't know about that because I've seen so many things here. Because, like I said, Doug Ford won with only 18% of possible votes in this province when he got reelected in. And so when they do the polls and things of that sort, the polls might show like people's voting and this and that and the other thing, but what it might not break down for is the very specific ridings that they're in. And so who wins that riding and things of that sort. And so you can have like overwhelmingly support for Kamala, but if they're broken up over multiple different ridings, then that lessens the chance of her winning. If you get where I'm going with this. Because like here the conservatives win when they get their numbers out to vote in their ridings, but then suppress the vote or get people not engaged in other ridings. And so even with a fewer amount of their voters going out to those polls, they'll still win those polls because the people who would normally vote against the conservatives just don't feel the need to go out. And that's why I don't like any of the polls. I don't trust any of the polls. All I say is treat it all like your vote matters. You know, that you need to vote, you need to get your friends and family out to vote. Treat it with urgency. And try to drive out the vote. Because don't get a false sense of security because a poll says that Kamala has a better chance of winning. Also, don't live in existential dread that some polls are showing that Trump is going to win. Just, I think for the next few days, it's very important for people to just stay focused in the now. Just stay focused in what is happening right now. What do you see in front of you? The reality is right now, Biden is still president. Everyone is still safe as of this moment. And no matter what happens on the election night, like eventually when they find out if it's Kamala or Donald who wins, either way, there's going to be a fight. It's just a different fight depending on who gets in. Because if Kamala gets in, then there's still a push, you know, to get her to stop supporting the genocide in the Middle East, in Gaza and stuff, to try to push through more healthcare measures and do that thing with Roe v. Wade where it's enshrined in the Constitution or something. So there's still lots of fights that would have to happen, but there's very different fights that will happen if Trump gets into office, because then people are just going to be fighting for their right to stay in the country, to bodily autonomy, to not be put away into a camp or something. There were some really good debates or talk about that today on the Majority Report with Emma and Brandon, with a really weird caller who called in. But they were also talking about that thing with Anna Kasparian that recently happened where Anna is trying to minimize Trump's risk of being a dictator, saying, oh, well, everyone's just throwing around the word fascist, so it doesn't even mean anything anymore. You know, for her to be such a word Nazi, you know, to be like so devoted, like, oh, well, fascism actually means something, and yet, you know, when it comes to birthing person or something of that sort, really picking and choosing what word she cares about. I'm kidding. Yeah, you guys can see him. He's so cute. Look at the color under his neck. It's so beautiful. So, yeah, and Trump is a Nazi. Mike from the Humanist Report did a really good video on that, so I recommend that people go and see that. But it's just, yeah, I feel the anxiety, but you know, I'm up here in Canada, so we're not going to hit it as hard, but a lot of the politics tends to trickle up to here, because like a lot of the conservatives that won in the BC election are Trump supporters, like literally Trump supporters. So a lot of the influence of who wins down there will have ripple effects up here. And so selfishly, I want Harris to win because then that would make things better up here for us as well. But also, compassion and empathy wise, I want Harris to win because if Trump gets in, the amount of it's almost unfathomable what will happen. Like I wish there could be like that alien or angel that comes down and shows you a vision of the future, like should Harris win or should Trump win? Because part of me just wants the people who vote for Trump to live in that reality, but not for it to be permanent. Because even bad people, I don't want to see them suffer. I'm very empathetic like that. I don't like seeing anyone just suffer for the sake of suffering. So even horrible people, it's the whole thing, like, I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't care what the person did. I don't want them to be executed via the death penalty or something. And it's kind of like that with really bad people. Like I just want really bad people to stop doing really bad things. But punishment for the sake of vengeance or rage or something that doesn't do anything to solve the underlying problems is not useful. So I don't want to see people suffer for the sake of suffering, but like there is this part of me that's just very curious as to how bad it would get without the risk of it actually happening. Like if somebody could do just like predict the future, like a Doctor Strange, have the time stone and go and live in the future and see it, but then come back and be like, okay, everyone, you need to damn well vote for Harris or something. uh, Zeke is wondering, all right, how much more do we need for chapter 7 if he's still up for it? Oh, I'm still up for it. Like I said, I love my book. So it looks like if I do that and bring that up there, then, well, it says my chat revenue is $20, but I didn't say revenue. I said how much. And so that's $8. So that's 10, 18, 28, 30. So still about in there, $20. Or if two people can commit to buying the book, like actually buying it as opposed to getting the free Kindle version, then I think chapter 7 would be called for. John Martinez, that Nazi rally dump held at Madison Square Garden has the fascist politicians and their friends panicking. He fucked his campaign with the Puerto Rico joke, the October surprise. I was just watching a bit of it earlier today because I hadn't actually watched the speech. And so I was watching another commentator go over it today. How did that happen? Like, there's a certain level of cognitive dissonance watching it, like just like a total detachment from reality. Like here you have Trump's kid speaking. Then there's Dr. Phil. It's just, and then you have Trump giving his speech. And he's just so god awful at giving speeches that it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my gosh, Zeke, thank you for the $20. I guess we're going to be watching chapter 7. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it that much. We will watch chapter 7, which I have queued up to go. Like I said, I'm not 1,000% happy with the delivery of one line in this video rendition. But it still gets across the vibe. But when I put this to my Patreon, I'm probably going to reshoot chapter 7. I'm fine with chapter 1 going up as is. But there's just one line because the struggle I was having, and I had to reshoot the chapter 7 4 times because the biggest struggle I was having was slowing down but keeping a natural pace, because I've read it so many times that I zip through it. And I'm like, no, I need to slow down and actually just enjoy the moment with this, because I was reading it too fast. And so I actually redid chapter 7 like 4 or 5 times. And then there's still one line where it's like, that's not how I imagined the delivery in my head. So when I upload it to Patreon, it would be different. But that's just one line. The rest of it, it's pretty much what I've imagined. Zeke says, also, I was able to buy the book using my laptop. Stupid me, I was using my phone to try to buy the book, so that's why it was not working, LOL. Well, thank you so much for buying the book as well. I'm really glad you seem to like it. And like I said in the author notes, please forgive all the typos and stuff in it. It was not edited properly. Like, I edited it as much as I could, but when you're the author, you don't see all the mistakes. So, we will watch chapter 7. This one's only about 10-15 minutes long. But I just really like it. It builds the world of the vampires, that's for sure. So thank you, Zeke. And here is chapter 7.
Necroplasm, Chapter 7, Vampires Only. The Eternal Night Lounge, a 24/7 vampire-exclusive club located on the Gatineau-Quebec side of the Ottawa River, was a popular spot for kinfolk to meet up, unwind, and spend time away from humans. It provided a wonderful view of the city, sunrises, and river. From outside the building, if a human were to peer into the windows, even with binoculars, nothing would seem odd. That was because of a false wall installed which allowed vampires to enjoy the view while socializing. But on the other side of the wall sat a sanctuary designed by vampires for vampires. The boisterous kinfolk who owned and ran the establishment, Alex, who was found in Turkey around 1500 years ago, sourced wild stock humans from all around the world to give us a delicious variety of blood. Much like at the ball, the humans were drained on location by tubes that led to valves, and they were brain dead. However, the presentation was not as elaborate. Alex hung the humans on the wall behind the bar, naked. While Alex and his kinfolk servers take care of patrons, we play tabletop games, indulge in smokables, and tell stories of the past to anyone interested in hearing. I regularly went there after I was done with my tasks for the day, or if I had business to complete which only required my tablet. Michael often joined me when he had time for a game of Coup Commit. There's not really an English translation for it. I guess the closest human game to it would be poker, but with cards humans wouldn't be familiar with. Dice are involved and it tests strategy, knowledge of history and geography, and your ability to read the other players. It's broken into levels which represent time periods. The higher the level, the easier it is. Okay, so maybe in practice it's not at all like poker, but it's similar in vibe and culture. Only a few dozen kinfolk are skilled enough to play at level 1. For a fair game, participants play at the level of the youngest kinfolk present unless they request a more challenging level. Despite me being 500 years older than Michael and can confidently play 3 levels below my age, he insisted on playing with me at that level. Ah, Minuet, welcome! Alex greeted me with grand gestures as he always does. Good night, Alex. Tell me, dear, are you here for downtime or work? And if it's the latter, how can I make it less taxing? I have reports to go over and Michael will be joining me later on. He still thinks he can beat you at Coup Commit? Don't tell him, but he's been making me work for every win as of late. I swear on my fangs, my lips are sealed. What do you have on tap tonight? So glad you asked. You came at the perfect time. He whisked me over to the bar. Alex, a former circus ringmaster, added his performance flair when giving a tour of the options, which made him all the more delightful. We just got this lovely specimen in. She's from the Australian outback, 23, and she's 15 weeks pregnant. Exotic. Very nice. What else? If you're in the mood for something hormone-free, we have a 6-year-old male. He's from New Orleans. His parents and sister were used for the treaties ball. Over here, we have a 67-year-old female from Belfast. She lived a holistic lifestyle. And lastly, I just put this male on tap. He's 30 and, wait for it, I laughed at his exaggerated attempt at suspense. He was rich, from Dubai. Oh, my interest was piqued. Yep, he comes from a wealthy family and he went missing while out on a party cruise. They suspect he fell overboard. He ingested only the highest quality of food and drink, took good care of his body, and stayed away from hard drugs. Privileged rich males are more difficult to come by given their status in society, But they are a favorite. The lack of stress they've endured in their life makes their blood smooth. I'll have a glass of him, I told Alex. Wonderful choice. He's been popular. So, he'll be available for a full feed soon? He will indeed, dear. Send me a notice. I'd like to try it a win. Alex had a system for prolonging the use of humans. Kinfolk were allowed 1 drink from tap per visit. Alex had the humans hooked up to gauges, and when the body functionality dropped below a set amount, he would take them off tap, replenish their fluids to feed them, and clean them up. But the human body can only handle so much. Their shelf life varied depending on popularity. When it was time to retire them, a coup commit tournament was held. The winner was awarded with the full feeding. Priority for a seat in the tournament was given to kinfolk who hadn't competed in a while, like me. I rarely had time to spend the night playing coup commit, but for the chance of a full feed on a rich male, I'd make the time. Alex asked me, "Would you like any seasonings or additives for your drink?" I'll take it straight. Alex poured the glass and handed it to me. He seemed eager to see my reaction. I brought the glass to my lips and took a sip. Divine. I couldn't stop the moan escaping from me. "Oh, that is good," I told him. "The pleasure was mine," he said with his smile wide. "What will you have next?" Drinks from tap were relatively small to allow for more kinfolk to enjoy the sampling before the human had to be taken off tap. For more substantial drinks, Alex provided a wide range of blood stores. "Do you have any of your Miami blend available?" "I do." "I'll take a tall glass of that with a pepper Cajun seasoning, mild." "No additives?" "I'm still on the job. Maybe later after I finish reviewing the reports and I've beaten Michael at a game or 2. "Anything to eat with your drink?" "Something savory." "I have just the thing. Nachos." "Nachos?" "Yes, nachos." He laughed at my expression. "I've just developed the recipe. They're quickly becoming a favorite. My accolade taste testers tell me I nailed it." "Your taste testers do know what our food is made from, do they not?" "Of course they do, my dear. They're very devoted to helping me master my craft." "Well then, who would I be to deny you the opportunity to share your culinary masterpiece?" "Brilliant! Take a seat and I'll bring it out to you." I found a comfortable seat where I could work, and by the time I finished my rich male drink, Alex brought out my order. His nachos were exactly what I was in the mood for. After I completed reviewing the reports on my tablet and was on my second glass of the Miami blend, I went to the viewing side of the wall to watch the sunrise. It was quieter on that side and ideal for intimate conversations. Annette, a kinfolk I've known all my life, was standing by herself, gazing out the window while holding a drink. "Good night, Annette." "Good night, Minuet." "Is it all right if I engage you with a conversation?" "Please do," she said. "Vincent was disappointed you didn't want to work with him on Necroplasm. The 2 of you have always worked so well in the lab together. I'm interested to know why you opted out." "I don't agree with it." "You don't agree it will work?" "No, I don't agree we should work on it." Annette swirled her glass, took in its aroma of roses before taking a sip, all while keeping her gaze fixed on the rising sun. "I'm more than twice your age. I've lived more of my years before the trials than after. All those who've been born since are fortunate. It's hard to explain to them what life was like before the trials. Harder to explain why we tolerated it. They haven't experienced the violence we were forced to endure, and they're stronger and bolder because of it. If anyone had whispered about looking for a blood substitute, they would have been executed. But now Vincent can freely work on it, and I'm glad he can, even though I don't agree he should. So I'm open to change, and I trust you. But I feel this kind of change is asking too much from us." I reached up and put my hand on the window, feeling the warmth of the first few rays of the sun. "Our window is closing. The world out there will learn of us. Is there a better chance humans will accept us if they're no longer our food? Maybe. The other option..." Annette sighed and took another sip of her drink. I've seen enough violence over my life to never want to see it again. While I understand Danielle's position, I can't help but feel there must be another way. Have you been to her meetings with kinfolk to talk about her plan? I have. She is very persuasive, and many appreciate her assuredness. I feel kinfolk are becoming more polarized between her and Vincent's views, but the majority are still on a wait and see what necroplasm is before making any decision side. You mean they're following my cues? Yes. I haven't seen this level of unease and apprehension between kinfolk since the new mandates were established. It's unlikely kinfolk will become aggressive towards one another, but I worry about harm being done to companions or belongings or attempts to stop the research. Annette turned and looked at me. I can't imagine what this is like for you. After what you've already been through to get us to where we are, how do you do it? Keep it together like you have. Most turn to their mentors at times like this, but you had to sacrifice your mentor in the chaos after the trials. I winced at the painful memory. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to bring it up like this. It's all right. I gave her a slight smile. Michael, that's how I'm getting through this. He's the one who's kept the council meetings civil these last couple months. His talents as a mediator and negotiator are put to full use. And in the mornings, he helps me unwind. I don't know how I'd keep going without him. Also, you. Me? Annette seemed genuinely surprised. Yes, I've always looked up to you. We're from the same faction, and whenever I've needed to talk or hear a different perspective, you've been there for me. I'd appreciate that perspective now. I can tell you're hesitating. What is it you haven't mentioned yet? I was on the council long enough to know the truth, and I knew the ancients far longer than you. They made us reliant on humans for food for a reason. Necroplasm undermines their design. This is exactly why we don't tell all kinfolk the full truth. We can't make decisions for our future based on trying to guess what they meant. They wanted us to find our own path and evolve. Maybe necroplasm is that path. Even with necroplasm, we're still tied to the humans. Unless we also develop a way to reproduce. Then we wouldn't need humans at all. But then, would we still be vampires? During Danielle's meetings, one thing has been made clear. Some kinfolk are having existential crises, especially those of us who are old enough to have spent time with the ancients. How do we know necroplasm won't be necessary in the future? That humans won't end themselves, or our numbers grow so much we need a supplement to keep things balanced? I looked deep into her green eyes. What do you believe? That the ancients tied us to the humans to ensure their survival, which is why I feel our, or more like your, biggest oversight is not including the humans in this conversation. Include the humans? I don't mean the wild stock, the acolytes. Our future is their future, and it's also the future of all humans. The acolytes will follow what we tell them to do. I feel, despite Danielle's persuasion, most kinfolk will follow whatever you decide is best for us. But how can you make a decision without understanding how this will affect the acolytes? Without them, we don't stand a chance against the humans. I paused a moment to mull over what she said. That's valid, and honestly, I should have thought of that. Thank you. Even though Annette dyed her white to match the rest of her hair, I could still see it pushed behind her left ear. Annette, will you follow me even if I believe necroplasm is the path we should take? I don't know. My communicator went off. I tapped it. The alarm in Danielle's voice was unmistakable. You need to get back to the council chamber now. What is it? What happened? Acolytes just tried to bomb the lab. Oh, my stars, is Vincent all right? He is, but we need to talk. I'm at Eternal Night. I'll head right over. Annette looked at me with concern. She had heard the conversation, and I knew she cared deeply for Vincent. I said to her, we should have had this conversation sooner.
And we're back. So, what'd you guys think of that chapter? Of course, while these were playing, I get to take out the fangs, and then I just shovel chocolate in my mouth and get something to drink. Go to the washroom. Gives me a nice little break in the middle of these live streams. Um, so just some people joking, wait, which side of Belfast was the holistic lifestyler from? You see, it's not explicitly said in the book, but it is indicated that depending on the region a person is from and their lifestyles and, you know, all that sort of stuff, it can change the flavor of who the human is, of what the blood is like. So that's why, the Miami blend would have been blood sourced from people that live in Miami and who have lived in Miami most of their life. And the idea, because there was another book that I'm still planning on writing. There was a vampire book from a while ago that I want to write. And so a lot of ideas from that were borrowed for this story. And in my other book that I'm going to write eventually, which is completely different, it is vampires, but completely different lore, what the vampires are capable of, how the vampires came into be, a completely different, separate story. But there are simple things in it, the joke of, hormone-free blood being that of prepubescent children, or the idea that the most sought-after source of blood would be privileged, rich males. And I wanted that intentionally because I wanted the idea that in the vampire world, they were the biggest commodity. They would be commoditized the most because their blood tastes better. And it was a favorite. And so then I was trying to think, what is it about privileged rich men or privileged white men that would make their blood different? Why was it that they would taste better? And I was able to figure out, it's oh, right, it's because they've never had to live with the same level of stress. Of course, they have had stressful periods in their times and blah, 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 blah. But it's not the same as women, non-binary people, queer people, people of color, all of that sort of stuff, people living with poverty. They've never experienced the type of stress that all of us have to endure on a daily basis. And I think because of that, I wanted them to be the ones that, in a world of vampires were to take over, they're the ones that are sought after the most to be made into a commodity. Which, again, there are political undertones in this. So let's check the sandbox. John Martinez speaks a lot of circumstances and situations in this world. I'm all ears here. There's a lot of crossover. There were certain things I was feeling at the time that I was writing this book that I kind of vented out in a way, just the frustrations. And again, this is why this book actually gets extremely political in places. Just my frustrations around, this was when the Supreme Court in the States was passing the law that made it so that the president could get away with doing pretty much any crime if it was done in the service of the people or something like that. And it's just this frustration of, we all see the system is broken, but what are we doing about it? We all know it's broken. We can see it. But what are we doing to change that system? Instead, we're just the vast majority of people. There's individuals, of course, that want to change it. But the people who have the ability to change it, or the numbers of people we need to change it, aren't there. And it's just that frustration of, we can all see plain as day the systems are broken. So why do we tolerate it? Why are we tolerating it? And So there's a lot of that in this book, those undertones that I was really feeling at the time that I wrote this. Let's see. Bad Lefty, bravo. And John Martinez applauds your efforts. Yeah, it's a very, again, like part of my disappointment with the beta reader was they didn't finish it, and you're not going to understand everything in the book until you finish it. And it's all these different layers. Like, I want to talk to people, like not just one person, but like have a book club where I talk to a bunch of people who have read the book. And so that we can actually like discuss the politics in it and the different layers. And I can ask them, like, did you notice this aspect or that aspect? Like all these things in the language that I had to put in there. And there's like another element of the book I want to talk about, but I can't because it would give away too much and I don't want to spoil it, like where this book goes. Because I will just say it makes an unexpected turn at one point. But I don't want to get too much into it, but I'm dying to talk about it. Hermetorologist, pretty good. Yeah, well, be sure to check out chapter 1 if you guys missed that. Bad Lefty, Miami, so extra Coke. Belfast, 40% proof. Yeah. Oh. You know, I said this would be my first 5-hour live stream. I don't think this is going to be my first 5-hour live stream. Because it's hard to maintain this outfit. And I don't really have like tons planned today because this was just supposed to be a nice chill live stream. I was thinking we could watch an Eamon video, Eamon animation, Eamon Hawk, who has been on my channel. Actually, I might see if he can come on again sometime. I just lost my connection again. There we go. Refresh. I think it has to do with sharing the video through OBS overloaded the system. But yeah. Bad Lefty, Loon's rage quits. Yeah. Because there's lots of news stories that I want to get to, but again, trying to do that in this outfit, not exactly. Also, there was a comment I got under a video from somebody who regularly goes in the sandbox that I also want to address when they're here. If there's something that you don't agree with or you want to call me out, you can leave YouTube comments. That's not a problem. That's not the best way, though, only because I might not see it. Because I don't check the comments all that much, especially if I've just gotten a bunch. And so there's a good chance I can miss it. But I didn't miss this one, and I would like to address it the next time that person is in the sandbox. Providing they come back. We'll see. Yeah. Bad Lefty, I see you, I hear you, Sandy, but literally not in the mall away. John Martinez, the outfit goes well with your overall look. You're doing great. Why, thank you. Well, part of it is I can't bite my lip because of the teeth. And I can't just, you know, I got myself in there a drink that I drank like down half of it during the video. Because I can't do that with the fangs in, and I don't want people... It would just be weird if you see me yanking them out and putting them back in just so I could get a drink or something. It's all about the illusion that for this moment I am a vampire. Actually, if I could find a way of actually extending them naturally, like if I had the money for cosmetic dentistry, I kind of would go for it. Because it's ever since I was a kid, there's just been the allure of vampires, like as far back as I can, like basically as soon as I found out what vampires were, the intrigue was there. And I haven't been a vampire every Halloween, but I do remember even as a kid being a vampire for some Halloweens. So I definitely like dressing up as a vampire, playing the role of a vampire, and just the fantasies of, living as a vampire and all that sort of stuff. Um, there's just something so exotic and romantic and dangerous, about it, which is part of the reason why I enjoy writing the books about it. But the other vampire book that I was planning on writing a while ago, which I'm still going to do, it was started as a very simple premise. And it's almost like the first book of the series wouldn't exactly be a novel per se. It'd be more like a stage play. So it's just a conversation. It is literally just a conversation. Um, and it is a guy had gone up to a cabin with a couple of his buddies for a guy's weekend out. And he came back from doing some nighttime photography to find his two friends being attacked. But before he could react, he gets knocked unconscious. When he wakes up, his friends are gone, and he's sitting in the cabin looking at a creature who is a vampire. And I want to know and really try to get into the psychology of it. What would the honest to God reaction be? And that was part of what I wanted to do with Necroplasm, like in this book. Is that if there were vampires and they came across a serum that meant that they no longer required human blood, and they knew that at some point the humans would find out about them, what would the actual behind the scenes psychology be? Because there's True Blood on TV, where it was just basically instant acceptance, okay, oh, well, I guess there's vampires all around us, but they're drinking this True Blood, so everything is fine. That's not how it would go. And whenever you see them in movies and quite often in books, they either are terrified and become a meal, or they just accept it. And it wouldn't be like that. Like, there would be such a strong sense of denial. And I was talking to people about it because, again, I really want to dive into the psychology of it. Like, if you were to wake up in a room with a vampire, what would it even take for somebody to really believe it? What would that vampire have to do? But what would that vampire be willing to do? Because you could say, oh, well, do this then, snap fingers. And the vampire would probably just look at you like, I ain't fucking doing that. Like, they have nothing to prove. They could care less if the human believes they're a vampire or not. So they're not about to, dance on cue for a human. And it is really just trying to get into the psychology of like, how would somebody adapt to it? But here's the extra layer of difficulty for me is people who are neurodivergent, I think, would react differently and would probably be quicker to accept it based on what they see and experience and things of that sort, and just the way our minds are wired to think outside the box. So the human in the cabin with the vampire, I want to be a neurotypical male, privileged male. So it's trying to get into that psychology that is actually going to be more difficult for me than getting into the psychology of the vampire. So for a neurotypical, well-off male, what would it take to prove to him that creature in that room is a vampire? But that's the initial premise of the book. But then, like all things, I lived in that world a little too long and suddenly it started to expand. So after that initial kind of dialogue, almost like a stage play, then it gets into actual stories, novel-like stories after that. But that's another world that I want to go and be with. Bad Lefty, conversation with a vampire. That sounds familiar. Interview? Not an interview. It's nothing like interview with a vampire. I can guarantee you that. John Martinez, Takata, and Fuji is the vampire song. It's Bach, who wrote it in the 1703 and as an 18-year-old. I played it along with your readings of your book. Fits like a glove. Oh, nice. Bad Lefty, they'd be hunted to extinction. And that's the dilemma that the vampires are having in Necroplasm, knowing that if they come out to humans, they run the chance of being exterminated by humans. And so what do they have to do? Because I added that level of urgency because, and again, this makes sense. It's only a matter of time before the humans discover them. And so what they're trying to think of what they can do is, so do we, as mentioned in chapter 7, do we launch an attack first and take over the world? Or with this necroplasm, do we out ourselves and hope that we can coexist with humans? But what would be the more likely outcome? Do we try this? What do we do? Because it is only a matter of time before humans find out. And if humans find out first and launch an attack first, it almost guarantees their annihilation. So what do you do? So there was a lot of this psychology that I wanted to play with in this book, which is why it can get very dialogue heavy in certain areas. But it is just, trying to really, I wanted to play this world realistically within the guidelines of what these vampires are. So it is done in the real world. And these vampires just happen to be part of the real world. But there is their own mythology and things of that sort. But it is trying to figure out, like, okay, so they exist, but how do they deal with this when it's actually something none of them want to do? Because if they had the choice, they would just keep the status quo, but they can't because the humans. And part of this was when I had originally started thinking about, like, what will this book be about? I wanted to kind of do a play on climate change. Like, you see this change coming, you see the damage that's happening, so what do you do now to prevent it or stop it and stuff? And so originally it was going to be like an analogy to climate change, but then it kind of changed into something else. And you could almost still say that that aspect of it is still similar to what climate change is. Like, knowing this impending danger is there and you have some time, but how much time? So the original, like when I was first originally thinking of the book, it was kind of like, I want to do an analogy to climate change, but then it just turned into something else. And I have like a book full of notes for people who are interested in the process. I got a notebook a while ago from when these were being sold. And so I just started in this notebook that I got from the letter hack when he was selling them. Just started writing down, like, these are the different points that I saw, writing down different, like even just a simple line, trying to figure out what their names would be, trying to figure out the history, the different plot points. Like, there's just so much written out planning that I did to a point, and then I just started to blurt it out onto the screen, like type it out. But then I would go back to the notebook and then cross out. It's like, okay, I included that. And then every time I would think of something new that I didn't just add in right away, I would put it in the notebook so that it would be there. So I would make sure, and I checked over all the points to make sure that I had them in, and then be like, as I'm working on it, it's like, oh, right, make sure I check for this and write it in the book. So then afterwards I can do a word search for something like that. But it was a very interesting process to go through, to write the full, long book. Zeke says, they better have me with barbecue sauce, otherwise I will give the vampires the side eye. John Martinez, haha, everyone and their grandparents have. Here's that one, whether on TV, the radio, or some concert somewhere. It's absolutely iconic. Bach was a genius. Rest in power, Michael Brooks. What a great man he was, a true lefty through and through. The world lost a true soldier when he took his journey to his ancestors. Yeah. And just so people know, the character Michael in the book, and like literally, I was not thinking about Michael Brooks at all, even though I was using that notebook. It's just the characters tell me their names, and this one just happened to be named Michael. But absolutely, like, no reference, no idea, no connection to Michael Brooks at all. It's just Michael is a very common name, and the characters just kind of tell me what their names are. And sometimes those names change depending on, their relationships and stuff. So the first names that I wrote down in the book or in my notebook aren't all the same names. Minuet, her name was always Minuet. But Vincent had a different name to begin with. Stephanie, I originally had her as a male character, but switched her over to female for reasons that become like it plays more in the book later on. Like, it's just all these things at the beginning. Like, these are my first thoughts, but then they need to be changed because the story develops, and it's like, oh, it makes more sense to do blank. But yeah, so a lot of things had changed from the beginning. But then sometimes as I'm having dialogue in my head with them, or I'm just writing it out, they say something and it's like, oh, they're talking about the ancients now. Okay, who are the ancients? And then make sure that I add enough into the book so that people have an idea as to what that is. Like the idea of the trials wasn't originally in the notebook. I don't know when I added it, but the trials play a pretty big part in the book. So it's, but just like there's elements like when you read the book, and this is why I want to talk to people who've read the book. There are just things in the book that it's like the characters just went in this direction, and it's just so fascinating, quirks in their personality and stuff. And the visuals I saw and whatnot, and trying to translate that into writing it was quite challenging. But yeah. Oh, John Martinez, you're somewhat new to the channel, so I don't know if you know, but Michael Brooks was actually the inspiration for me starting my channel. Way back when I was going through like an extraordinarily difficult time in my life. And when I say extraordinarily difficult, I mean potentially life-ending difficult time. And it was Michael who was able to break through that noise on YouTube and stuff. And he was able to break through the noise in my head to get me to ask a very simple question as to, well, why haven't I gone through with it yet? And the answer to that was because despite how much I hate my life, I really like who I am. And who I am are all these things that I lost during this thing that happened beforehand. So who would I be now if I just gave up on all of that? And from there, from that realization of like, okay, so I'm here, now what? Like, I want to make a difference in the world because the thing that crushed me before was I tried to get in politics and that failed. That was horrendous and fell flat on my face and it nearly destroyed me. And so I was like, okay, I'm here. I still want to try my best to make a difference in the world. How do I do it? Well, why not the same way as Michael? And that's when the idea for Left of the Box first came into my brain. Unfortunately, this happened right around the time of his death. So I was never actually able to connect with him, never able to thank him, never had a tweet exchange with him, a conversation, nothing. But he is the inspiration for this channel. Bad Lefty, real life showing us that even with extreme 100-year disasters happening with shockingly regularity, that humans seem to be intent on doing next to nothing to actually address the core issues. Yeah, and that plays in the book, that underlying of we know what is happening is bad, but we aren't doing anything about it. And that, like I said, it plays into the book. So you'll have to read the book. Hello, Teddy Cool. I will be posting the first chapter on my YouTube channel for you to know what the hell I was just talking about, what that little video was, if you caught that video of chapter 7. But I'm actually looking forward to filming all of them because, again, I love the book. I love the book. I love spending time in the book. John Martinez, better Michael Brooks than book Michael by Joseph Goebbels. Is that how you say the name? Goebbels? Goebbels? I can't pronounce names. And happy Halloween to everyone. I'm so glad that you could hang out in the sand books. It doesn't really work. It's box, but you know, you put a whole bunch of O's in there and be sand books. It doesn't really work, does it? John Martinez, what an amazing way to get a start. I salute you, left the box. I left in the box. I can relate to hating my life also. At one time I did, and now waking up is a favorite hobby since I learned to love myself. And Zekel's the same powerful. Yeah, I have a video about all of that I made a while ago talking about it, but I'm still working on, like, the thing is that I like who I am. Like, that's not a problem, but I'm still struggling daily because I still kind of hate my life. I like who I am. I hate my life. And going into November, November is traditionally a very hard time of year for me for a couple of anniversaries and stuff. And, you know, I was kind of hoping personally that some things would be done by now that aren't. And November is notoriously a bad month for me. So it's going to be, oops, kitty, get away from it. He was going for the cord for the ring light. This November is going to be very difficult for me to get through. Of course, with the election down in the States, depending on how that goes, could even make it more difficult. We'll see. But I'm actually worried about this November because those other things that I had hoped to accomplish haven't been accomplished by now, and I don't know what to do because I have another book that I've written that I want to publish, but I want to do more than just upload it to Amazon and put it on the Amazon dump. Like, I want it in hard copy and people be able to buy it. The hard problem with it though is I can't reveal that I wrote it. I can't do that with this book because the content of that book would make me a target. I'm currently not a target somehow. I haven't had to deal with threats online or things of that sort. I haven't received harassment or anything. The author of this other book, though, will. Like, it's just, there's no doubt about it, will become a massive target. And so, for as long as possible, I want to keep my name away from that book. And I have a pen name that I've written it under, which I can't tell you guys. So, advertising that book will be a little bit more difficult. So I'm hoping to do self-publishing. And there's different online self-publishers that you can go to that would help distribute the book and things of that sort, which I need to do. And I very much want it in hard copy and e-copy version. And this book has been like 10 years in the works. And I really desperately need to get it published. And I can't get over these last couple hurdles to get it actually published. it's edited. It's basically it's good to go to print. I just don't know how to do these last few steps. And every time I ask somebody to help, even when people say, "Oh yeah, I'll help," as soon as I say, "Okay, this is where I am, this is what I need to do," I never hear back from them. And I can't seem to do this part by myself. And I don't have people in my life who can help me. Like, I have some people who are supportive of me, no doubt, but they're unable to support me in this aspect of my life. And it's a struggle constantly doing everything by yourself. Like when it comes to this channel, like I see other people who do YouTube and they seem to have it so together. You know, they make great quality videos to the point that sometimes I'm very envious. Um, they tend to get a good reach. They build their channels far easier than me. But the thing is that they have supports in their life. You know, they have people helping them. To do a live stream and then to chop it up, put it into videos, edit them, make the thumbnails and everything, it takes a lot of energy and spoons from me that I sometimes don't have. But that needs to happen regularly if I hope to grow my channel. But I don't have, like I said, I don't have anyone helping me in those areas. So it's all on me. Like I used to have, come on, Abernathy, quit. Like I used to have people in my life where I could at least just talk to about the content of my videos, because I keep on getting worried that I'm crossing a line with something I say, because again, I might not understand how other people would perceive what I say. So sometimes I just want a sounding board, and I used to have those people in my life, but they aren't around anymore. Probably because I'm a very draining person to have in a life. Um, I'm an emotional vampire. So now it's just completely me. That's it. It's me. Everything I put together, all the clips, like sometimes somebody will email me with an idea or something, and sometimes I'll take it, sometimes I won't. But putting together the videos that I want to do, the thoughts behind it, it's all me. And then clipping them, trying to make the thumbnails. I know the thumbnails aren't that great. I know that. I'm good in Photoshop. I don't know how to make a good thumbnail though. But like even just having somebody that could edit and post and take care of that part, to do more of the advertising aspect, the social media aspect of just the channel content, would make my life so much easier. But yeah. So yeah, that's November for me. But there's some other drawings that I want to get back to, work on the drawings. I had that drawing of Thumper, my one cat that I was working on. I want to get that done. Then there's a couple other drawings in my brain. So in November, don't be surprised if there's not as many live streams as normal, because I might just need to take some mental time for myself. I definitely want to work on more artwork. I need to see about getting my book published. Like another publisher, I sent it into a publisher because like part of the frustrating thing with that book was I had sent it into a publisher a friend recommended, and that publisher said, "We're absolutely the publisher for you, and all we need to do is sign a contract, but we're definitely interested and we want to do this." And they kept me on the hook for almost a year before somebody said, "Actually, no, we don't think we're the right place for you." After almost a year of telling me that they were going to publish it. And then even when I was told like they're not interested in publishing it, partly because they felt my book was bigger than their publishing company, that it appealed to a wider range of people and things of that sort. But then they said, "Oh yeah, well, we can try to help you, connect you with other people and stuff like that." And then when I followed up, they basically just gave me a website with a list of publishers and pat me on the head and off I went type thing. Like I got no more help from them after that. And that was devastating. And that was a year ago that I got that news. But now there's this other publisher that I found out about that I thought I'd give a try that might work. And I submitted the book end of July or something like that, but it takes 6 to 8 months to hear back from a publisher. And that's normal. Unfortunately, that's normal. But I really needed this book published by the end of this month, and that's not going to happen through this publisher. Even if, and that's just to hear back if they're going to take the book or not. But I really, really needed this book published by the end of this month, and I don't know if that's going to happen, and that's going to destroy me on levels that I don't know how I'll be able to handle it. Hello, Geo Dragon. Sorry for dropping in at this point. Hopefully you can catch up and go back and see some of the more interesting content as opposed to me just saying, woe is me. You guys don't need to hear all of that. It is what it is. That's the thing about being a live streamer, especially on the left, is you tend to be authentic, and sometimes you just go off into your own little rants. You don't get that so much with people on the right. You know, you don't have people on the right showing any sort of vulnerability because vulnerability is weakness. No, dare. Whereas it's human. It's just human. And, you know, part of my channel is me being authentically me. Zeke says books as well. Left of the books. Bad Lefty, we quite like you too, Sandy. Love and hugs. John Martinez, the song Another Day Has Come is my personal anthem. My grandmother, who saved me, was born on November 26th. So yeah, she'd be 97 years old today. Yeah, I got really close to my grandmother before she passed away. Really, she was the only family member that I ever really felt connected to or bonded with. John Martinez also saying, all these years I've been typing 70 words a minute and I still make typos, shake my head. I apologize to you because it's left in the box. Don't worry about it. I make typos all the freaking time. And I can't spell. So I just find it funny because a right-winger, I think, I don't know if it was on Twitter or a comment under a video, said, left out of the box, more like you should have been left in the box. Just, really, that's all you got, huh? And you see, part of me dressing up like this, I also find is very funny because back when I was doing Rebel HQ videos, I was getting a lot of comments under those. And a lot of people thought it was insulting me by saying that I look like the Queen of the Damned, or I look undead, or I look like a vampire. It's like, aw, honey, you're not insulting me when you say that. That's not the insult you think it is. Bad Lefty, all good, Sandy. You owe us nothing. Take care of yourself before you can take care of us. John Martinez, I took 3 years of my life to get my mental health and healing together, and I'm way better for it. You take care of what you need to do. I'm glad you've made it on that journey. Like, I'm still working on it. I'm in a better place than I have been before, but, you know, there's still parts of my life that I feel like I'm missing. But, you know, definitely want to work on more art. That is a for sure thing during November. But, you know, like, part of the reason why I need to stick to my channel is for it to do better in YouTube, I have to be more consistent with it. So there is that pressure on that aspect. And the little money that I make from it is needed because I rely on disability. Disability does not pay enough for a person to get by on. But also, there's so much important news to get to, like the political landscape of Canada, of the United States, the social issues and stuff. There's so much to get to that, like doing these live streams, I enjoy doing them. So there's that. It's just, it takes a lot of work. But I enjoy doing them. I enjoy covering this stuff. I'm passionate about politics and whatnot. So, you know, this is, if I can make a actual living off of this, I'd be happy. But I definitely enjoy this for the most part. It just takes a lot out of me. Um, and then there's that video that I've been wanting to work on that a lot of it will have to change now because I was going to make a video called the Anacasparian Pendulum, but things have been developing in that story, so it might change my overall message of that story. I think it's still important because it's not about her. That's the thing. It's not about her. It's about people being gradually pulled over to the right, the attacks on queer folks, things of that sort. So she is the what's I wouldn't say the muse. Um who she is kind of the framing of talking about these other issues, I guess you could say. Um Geodragon, nothing wrong with emotions. I have a lot of them. So Zeke, actually, I enjoyed your Rebel HQ commentary, which is why I'm happy to have found you here. And I also found Benny on Twitch. So I do follow for her own commentary on politics too. Yeah, saw she was streaming today, actually. From the looks of it, she was having some things to say about what was happening on TYT. Yeah, that recent clip is just, it's like face palm. It's just so bad. It's so blatant which direction she's going. But it's still important to talk about the issues around, like what she does, the danger of it, but then also how to handle it if it's happening to somebody in your own life. Because I'm not a gossip channel. I don't care for the online drama between channels or things of that sort. There's YouTubers I like that would be controversial. There's others I don't like that would be controversial for not liking them so much. But I don't care to get into that sort of drama. You know, you like what you like, you get from different channels what you get from them. If you get something from a channel, then what does it matter what other people say about that channel if you actually get something you feel is valuable from it? So I don't do a lot of that. So the trick with talking about TYT and Anna in particular is I'm not doing it from a drama perspective, but I want to make sure I have a very sound messaging as to why I'm talking about that. Let's see. GeoDragon says you could contact the YouTuber Shakespeare about publishing advice. If they know it and are willing to help, I'd be more than happy to hear it. Because like the book is really, it needs to be templated properly. And there's texts like on the phone that go back and forth between some characters. So that would have to be like in a bubble or something, which I'm not entirely sure how to do that in different formatting in different areas in the book. But it's been professionally edited. It's been edited by me. It's been casually edited by someone to look for the little tiny typos. I've had beta readers for it, beta readers of different backgrounds for it. The book is ready to be published, so it needs to be templated properly. I found a cover artist for it, and I'm happy with her first draft of the cover. But she needs to know things like margin and bleed and all that sort of stuff, the stuff that I would learn after I get it templated, which I don't know. And yeah, so she needs to know that. I need to get the ISMB number for it. And then I need to find a publisher that can help distribute it. So something a little bit, like I said, something a little bit more than an Amazon. And I know of publishers like that. I just don't know. And then I need to put together a web page. I have the web domain name. I've been holding on to it for years and years, including a web page that I made up that is in the book. I've been holding on to that for years and years. So I would need to make a web page for it to at least advertise it that way. I've made a Twitter account and an Instagram account for my pen name. So I need to do like photography for that, get some content going. I'm not really activating those accounts though until I have something to advertise is my only way of advertising. But for my own personal safety, the longer I can go without people knowing I'm the author of the book, the better. And if you were to read the book, you'd completely understand why. It's not because I did anything bad, but it would definitely make me a target. But I need to get this book published. It's been in the work for almost 10 years. And it's not like I was working on it solidly for those 10 years. There's like years gaps where I didn't even look at it. And then I finally got it. And then I found the professional editor. But then, I'd send the draft of the book and it would take her 4 months to get back to me. So it's not like I was sitting down writing it the entire time, but it's been almost 10 years. Like it's been so long, I actually had to change a couple elements in the book because there's references to the characters' ages. And it didn't make any sense anymore if I wanted to keep it today, as opposed to saying, so this book takes place in 2012. So yeah. It's so frustrating to have it so close to being done, and yet ADHD wise, OCD wise, I can't seem to get past these last couple of hurdles by myself. Benjamin Kendrick, welcome to the Sandbox. If you haven't been here before, welcome back if you have. I think it's unfair YouTube doesn't offer smaller channels a paid membership, which is strange because they need them the most. Yeah. Like that's the things that a lot of people don't understand. Like not only do I not have the support of like other people helping me, but I live with poverty. So simple things like getting a premium account on YouTube, it's out of my reach. Or to get some of the tools to make better videos, out of my reach. And I don't think a lot of people understand that, like how difficult that is. Or if I want to do something new with a video, or what I was mentioning like earlier with the tint that I'm seeing, the color of my OBS. I don't like it. It's tinted too warm to what it actually looks like here. And I don't like the warm filter on it. So I need to add something. I have no idea who I can ask to help with that. So I can try Googling it and doing trial and error. But like, I don't have somebody that I can just say, hey, I'm using OBS and these weird pop-ups keep on happening. What do they mean? What do I do? It's on me to learn about it. Like, the thing is when I started this YouTube channel, I had done nothing like this before. I had to learn as I go. I had to learn how to make the videos, upload the videos, edit the videos. All of that I had to learn on the go. And I'm still learning on the go. But it would just be nice to, sit down with somebody who knows what the F they're doing with all of this stuff and to walk me through a whole bunch of questions when it comes to YouTube and when it comes to my book. John Martinez, I enjoy your streams and Farron Cousins as well. Truthfully, hard-hitting leftist content doesn't sugarcoat anyone. You both say what we need to hear. Bad Lefty, Benny and Sandy did a brilliant 2 to 3 hour Power Report essential viewing, in my opinion. Yeah, that was a good conversation. Benjamin, I will financially support this channel as much as I can. We need voices like you, Sandy, from a fellow Canadian on disability. Only if you have extra money. I make enough to get by. So like I'm scraping by the skin of my teeth, but I'm making enough to get by with a couple other things that I do on the side and whatnot. And I do have one friend that is extraordinarily helpful when it comes to just getting groceries or something. And helping me out monetarily every now and then. So I don't want anyone to sacrifice anything for the sake of helping me out. It's only if you have the money. because I would just feel horrible if people are like, well, I could have had 3 meals today, but instead I'm having two so I can help support your channel. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. It could be like, oh, I had a little extra surplus this month, so I went to your Amazon wish list and picked this out. Like something like that would be great. Um, but yeah, I don't want people to go into any sort of financial hardship to help me out. Because there are people out there, I've seen other streamers who are making like, if I made the amount that they make in one stream for my entire month, I'd be set. So that's the other struggle with like, I need to make consistent YouTube content so that eventually my channel can grow big enough that I get that, where you just have the right number of people watching for the ad revenue, but then you also expand to a wider audience, because I know I appeal to an audience that's in very similar situations as I am, which makes sense. Living with poverty and disabilities and stuff. So, if my channel gets bigger and I appeal to a wider range of people with different finances, then, hopefully I can find people that would be able to monetarily help out on a larger scale. Or just get like a whole bunch of patrons at the trinket box level. Even that, would be helpful. So we'll see. It's a grind. It is a grind, but I'm not about to stop. Like I said, I might not do as many during November, but I have no interest in stopping. And there's going to be the provincial election in Nova Scotia, November 26th, which I'll be covering, most likely with Mark Joycey again, because he's from Nova Scotia. So there's that. But I'm not about to stop doing this channel. I just might need to take a little bit more time to myself during November, because November is traditionally a hard month for me. Just a couple of anniversaries during that month that I have a hard time with. Bad Lefty, I think this is the link I meant. They appear a few times. I don't know what link you're talking about. Is that the power report link? Should be easy to find. It's a really ridiculous thumbnail on it. It was just a screen when you upload a video and YouTube will give you the option of like 3 frames from throughout the video that are just, they're not random, like they're once from the beginning, middle, or end or something like that. And you can pick one of those if you just want a quick thumbnail. It's what I do for my live streams, is I just pick one of those frames. And the frame that they picked for that was just, all of us had this really bad expression on our faces, which just made it funny. But you see, here's how you know I'm enjoying this. Is if you go to my YouTube channel and you click on the live stream tab and you look through all the live streams, like I said, all of those are kind of randomly framed, a frame from the beginning, middle, and end of my videos that I pick from. I'm smiling in all of them. Granted, when I'm talking about stressful things, I tend to smile as a coping mechanism, but for the most part, like, I love interacting with you guys. I love spreading information, learning more, teaching, all that sort of stuff. And if you look at all those thumbnails, I'm smiling in all of them. So you can tell that I'm enjoying this. Benjamin saying, I'm starting to make money on my Facebook page so I can funnel some extra over here. It's frustrating beginning when you are starting out. The people that keep with it seem to have success. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that quite often they say, well, if it's not working, you need to change. You need to change what you're doing. You need to do. That's not exactly how it works with YouTube, though. YouTube is more, how consistent are you? Is your content consistent? Is your audience consistent? And if those things are all consistent, you tend to do better in the algorithms. And then eventually one day your channel might just take off. It would be helpful if I got more assistance from other lefty channels. I get shout outs every now and then, and after enough badgering, I can get one of them to come on my show or something, but it'd be nice to be invited on their shows. Which is why I'm so grateful for Dan from the internet, because I've been on the Power Report a bunch of times. He's invited me on, and I appreciate that so, so much. And the Letter Hack, I've been on his show a couple times too. Nobody else actually ever invites me onto their shows. They all know who I am, though. So it's a matter of trying to get exposed to a bigger audience. It would help that, if I remember that when I call into the Majority Report and finally get through, that I mention my channel. I'm kicking myself in the ass so much for that, because I finally get through on Wednesday. I'm talking about the provincial elections that happened here in Canada. But when Sam says my area code and who is this, I always say Sandy from Ontario. And I always forget to plug my channel. Because I imagine I would have gotten a nice little bump had I plugged my channel, because even when he read my IM, when I sent in an IM saying that I was covering the Saskatchewan election live and for people to check out Left of the Box for it, I got 10 subscribers from that, and it might not seem like a lot, but it's a lot to me. So every time I call into the Majority Report, I need to remember to plug my YouTube channel, and I forget. Although there has been the occasional time when Sam has actually just plugged my YouTube channel when somebody said that they were interested in like more Canadian content and stuff, and he's like, Sandy does good stuff on Left of the Box. I have that clipped. I have the sound drop clipped. It's like, oh, I got noticed. My dream, of course, is to actually go on the Majority Report for something. So, I'm working on it. Like, my ultimate dream with this channel would be like the Majority Report of Canada, to have that same style of show up here. That's ideally what I would want to do with my channel, is to have a Majority Report type show for Canada. That would be my ultimate goal. Can't do that by myself, though, so it'll be a while before that sort of thing happens. Benjamin, by the way, TYT sucks balls now. I only watch it for your segments. I have very rarely recently decided, you know what, I'm just going to hop over and see what they're talking about. And I can't say I've come across anything interesting. The interesting things usually get clipped later on. And you can see that. But, the stories they tend to cover, they're fine for the most part. Not all of them, obviously. But the commentary doesn't seem to add to it, I would say, at this point. Because, like, when you watch on the Majority Report, when they talk about stories, they get into depth. The commentary they get into is useful. It goes into a lot of information. I don't find the commentary, even when I agree with it on TYT, to be useful. Like, even just how to, like, if I were to take the points that I learned from there and talk to somebody else about it, would that move them? No. And then you just end up rolling your eyes when every video of theirs now has segments in it where it's like, sign up for our channel, become a member, blah, blah, blah. It's all self-promoting and whatnot. Or I roll my eyes every time Jenk says, we're the only one to give you the honest, progressive perspective on things and stuff. We're the only one to tell you the truth. And it's like, that's very Fox News of you to say that. And I don't trust any channel that says we're the only one. Roll my eyes when any of them get on the case of like, oh, the leftists are just out of control. When they're otherizing other leftists. So I don't find any of their commentary useful. I don't like all of the stuff that, editorially speaking, production-wise, that they choose to talk about as well. Like when they chose the Venezuelan gangs taking over an apartment complex. Again, talking about one news story out of a nation that isn't a trend. Like, even if it were true, it's not a trend. It's just a one-off story. So why are you covering that one story when there's so many stories you could be covering that have wider appeal, that are showing trends of certain things, that are warning signs of something, that are connected to another story somehow? But like, why do you care about this one charter school that is adding DEI to elementary class? Like, that's not a trend of anything. But then they try to frame it as, oh, it's leftists going out of control. Why are you constantly demonizing leftists? And sure, they'll demonize the right, depending on who you're listening to. But do you need to go out of your way to condemn leftists? Yeah. John Martinez, I can't tell you the many content creators that have fallen off because they change things up. Yeah. Consistency on YouTube. It seems counterintuitive to stick to something when you don't know if it will take off and it's not working. But for YouTube, that's the better route to go. So for me, making these videos, doing live stream, clipping them, doing the occasional video essay, just gotta stick to it. Benjamin, the only channels that grow really fast are the ones that collaborate now, it seems. I'd love to collaborate more. Yeah, because you get exposed to their audiences and stuff. And so then there's a lot of cross-pollination, and then you get in the algorithms a bit more, and then you get people that jump over to your channel. So all of that helps. So I'd love to do more collaborations and whatnot, because those definitely help. Of course, if I were to talk trash about TYT, Anna, and stuff more often, and make them into video clips, sure, that would help my numbers, but that's not what I'm about. Like I said, I'm not that interested in the drama. There has to be something behind it, a reason why I'm talking about it, as opposed to just, oh, look at what they said, this silly thing today. Like, they talked about it on Majority Report today, something that Anna said recently. And again, they weren't talking about it for the sake of drama. It's that the fact of what Anna is saying is actually kind of dangerous right now, especially in this environment. What she says is dangerous, and the way that Emma phrased it in particular really demonstrated and illustrated how dangerous it is what she's saying. I recommend that people go and check it out. I'm sure they're going to clip that segment. Oh, Bad Lefty, to be frank, MIDI is always great for throwing up your links in the MR show chat. Yes, I've seen that, and I thank them for that. Every now and then when I see it, because I lurk. I'm not in the chats all the time when I'm watching Majority Report or other shows. I have to multitask, play games. Actually, why don't I throw that game up here? Well, I'm just chatting and not really doing anything else. I'm usually playing a game or something when I'm watching live streams or I'm doing chores and stuff, so I'm not always in the chat, but when I am, I do appreciate it when I see MIDI throwing the chat up, or if one of my IMs get read, then people will mention me in the chat. And again, it was just so frustrating. I call into the show and they're spamming the chat with my YouTube channel and stuff, and I super appreciate it, but who's going to see that after the fact? Like, some people might watch the whole live stream after the fact and have the chat available for that, so then they might see it. But like, if they were to clip it, which I don't think they're going to clip this one. They have clipped some of my phone calls before, but I don't think they're going to clip this one. I don't think there was anything all that interesting. Like, I don't think it was segment worthy. Let's put it that way. Sure, it's an interesting part of the show. I don't think it was segment worthy. So if they were to clip it as a segment, there's nothing to indicate to go to my channel. So I gotta really start remembering every time I call in to be like, this is Left of the Box. Let's see. John Martinez, TYT tells lies about being truth tellers. Yeah, that's so frustrating. Oh, this level is so frustrating. So this level is probably the pyramid levels that most people would be familiar with. And there's a harder level version of this one later on where it's just 2 pyramids. And I don't like it so much because you're less likely to get large chains with it. And so if you can get a large chain in this levels, depending on the level, I can play that level over and over and over again because it's not so much about winning as the satisfaction of getting into a large chain. And so if I can play the same level over and over again, not win, but have lots of large chains in it, I'm very satisfied with it. But this one, not likely to get a very large chain. And I'm calling them chains, what you just saw there. Like you can click, 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 click. Like so. And then, yeah. It can get a little frustrating because it's like 3 queens. I need 3 jacks or kings or something. And so sometimes I get frustrated when I get stuck on a level like this, when I just want to move on to a more interesting level. But like I said, you can get stuck on a level for like 20. When I start playing this, and when I'm playing it just casually, I have to complete all 18 levels. And it can take anywhere between 45 minutes to 4 hours to get through all 18 levels. It is that inconsistent. So like if somebody could like reprogram this to make an undo option available and just randomize it so that there's a more likely chance of winning a level. Like I'm fine that not all the levels are winnable, but just statistically speaking, make more of the levels winnable, then this game would be gold. Let's see. Benjamin, lots of fireworks going off here. Happy Halloween, everyone. Bad Lefty, but Sandy, I'm the one true chatter, the one uncorruptible mod, unless someone makes me a decent offer. You see, the thing is I know I'm not corruptible because I've been in situations before where certain jobs have asked you to do certain things that I'm not comfortable doing because I feel like I'd be ripping off people, which I don't want to do. Jobs where some of the elements of it are a little sus and whatnot. And I've chosen to stick with being jobless versus doing those types of things. So morals have gotten in the way of me making money before. So I'm not about to change now, especially because, like I said, I'm getting by the skin of my teeth. So why would I sell out my morals just to have a little bit more stability when I'm quite used to being not stable? Because in my video that I made about my experience at TYT or just Anna's birthing thing and stuff, like I said, in a way, it's easier for me to stick to my morals when it comes to going on TYT or something like that because I'm not afraid to lose my job over sticking to my morals. Because what would that mean? That means I go back to exactly to where I am right now. And I can manage where I am right now. And as long as I can at least maintain this, I'm fine. So, you know, there's why after all this time would I now just suddenly be like, well, for a limited time, I could have more money if I sell myself out. But it might not be like a consistent amount of money or something. Like that's the thing when these people sell themselves out to make more money, like Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin. Yeah, sure, they make bank. They become millionaires. But then do you know what else also kind of happens? Well, they buy bigger houses and their monthly expenses suddenly skyrocket because now they have these car payments and all these other things. So where their baseline expenditures are drastically increases as well. So when that money starts to dry up, suddenly that means they have to cut out some of those things that they've now taken for granted, those extra expenditures and stuff. So they have to lose some of what they have. Whereas even if I were to make a lot more money than what I'm making now, I live in a fine place. I'm not going to move. Like, the only reason why I would move is because I move into an actual house, and buy my own place. But I don't need a fancy lifestyle. Sure, I could use a new car, but when I say new car, new to me car, because my car is really old car. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need anything like that. Like, it'd be nice to have a little bit of money to travel, but I don't need a lot to live a very satisfactory lifestyle. Have money in the bank in case I need to take a cat to a vet and stuff like that without going into debt. That would be nice. Um, but why would I sell myself out just to have superficial extra layer of comfort when it doesn't mean anything? But you see them do it, they get all the glamour, they get the big houses, the nice cars, and oh, look at me, I get to live like this, blah, blah, blah. But it's so shallow. Like, what good is living in that nice big house if you have no moral compass afterwards? If you end up breaking up with the people that your friends and your loved ones because you've put more priority over making this money and living this lifestyle than you do to engaging with these relationships. Like, I prefer having a good friend over buying a whole bunch of superficial friends, friends that are just a whole bunch of friends or a whole bunch of people that are around me just because I have money and status. I'd much rather have a friend that would stick with me when I'm broke ass and have nothing to offer them financially, like materially wise. They're just with me because we like each other's company. Uh, Tamara Chance, looking great, lady. Why, thank you. Oh, I wish I could dress like a vampire every day, but these teeth are driving me crazy. Benjamin, the Vanguard makes a living talking about DYT. Yeah, I know. I know. That's not the route I would want to go. And they fully acknowledge that they're a gossip channel, which is fine. It's not something that appeals to me. And they also say, like, in reverse, like, they understand other channels that don't care to dip into the weeds type thing. And they don't hold that against other people. So, they do what makes them happy, what they're passionate about, and it works for them. I wish, just making content about Canadian politics works for me. It works for Steve Boots, and I'm like, how did he get to where he is? Because I just found out who Steve Boots is like a couple weeks ago. And he's a content creator from Saskatchewan. His YouTube channel already has thousands of more people than mine. He makes amazing content on a regular. It looks like he also does like Twitch and TikTok and stuff of that sort. I don't know how he has the spoons for it. I guess being a teacher or a former teacher helps him kind of plan out lessons in a way. And he's really good at it. And the quality is really good. And I'm like, how did he just appear? Or has he been doing this for a long, long time? Like, how did he just appear on the scene and suddenly, like, at the end of his videos when he shows how many subscribers he has to his channel and his patrons, I'm like, if I had that, I'd be rich, Like, to me, I'd be rich. I'd be so well off if I had the amount of subscribers and patrons that he had to cover the lifestyle that I have. And I'm like, how did he get there? Is he doing this alone? Does he have help? Like, how do I become him? Because his videos are really spot on, informative, quirky. How? Like, I would love to be able to make content like him. Um, Let's see. Hermeteorologist. I lurk a lot too. This is one of the few places I actually say more than a couple words. Why, thank you, because I appreciate the engagement. One of the struggles I had when I originally started my channel was not having an audience because I'm a performer. I do theater and things of that sort. And I enjoy performing to an audience, and it helps me play off of other people to feed off of the reactions that I'm getting. And so, it took a while for me to find my groove in just recording videos. And I think eventually I found it because for those of you who are here during my stream earlier, you saw my story performances, and I think I did those quite nicely. But for the live streams in particular, it's just very nice to have people to engage with, to talk with. Frodo, come here. There's a Frodo in the room. Hopefully he'll come up. Of course, Frodo. He walks out. He came up to me when the video was playing, when one of the story videos was playing. Of course, that's when he comes up to me. Because I love showing him off to people, because it's because of the support of people online that he is here today. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. This time last year, he almost died from health conditions and stuff. And it was because of the amazing support that I got from the people here that helped with his vet bills and everything, that has kept him alive. Granted, I would have gone into dire, super duper debt to keep him alive, but not having to deal with the stress, like I'm still working on paying down the vet bills completely. And it's ongoing. That's part of the problem is that it's ongoing. He needs medication, daily medication to keep healthy. Dealing with the stress of being in the debt that I would have been had I had no help from people. I don't know where I'd be. So the support that I get from all of you is just so incredible. Like it really does help to keep me going, because like I said, I don't have much help outside of this. Again, I do have some very supportive, wonderful friends who are just unfortunately unable to help me in the aspects of making my YouTube channel and helping me publish my book. They just don't have that ability, but they support me in other wonderful, fantastic ways, and I appreciate them. But, having you guys in the chat, engaging with me in the sandbox, coming up with cute little jokes and things of that sort, that all helps to keep me going. Keeping me going. See, I don't have a problem getting stuck on this level because nice little chains can develop on this level. So this is a level I'm fine playing over and over and over again. Let's see. Benjamin, Sam is a boomer video should have way more views. That's really funny. Yeah, the video that I made of all of the clips of him trying to end streams, it's hilarious. I think what would help with that video is having like quirky music in the background. I just don't know. Like I have music that I can get from YouTube, but I have such a hard time figuring out what music would be the best and all that sort of stuff. Because there are things that I can add to it now because he's made other kind of ends that have just been silly. So I could probably do an extended mix, but if I found like a nice quirky soundtrack to go on behind it, I think would really help. That boomer video of Sam. John Martinez, it's like me playing Super Mario 64 and trying to beat the level where Mario is handheld pinball machine. Took me 96 tries in a row to finally beat it. And Dave Rubin took that Putin money. Greed will cost you. You know what? I would be more than happy if Russia decided to send me a whole bunch of money to make content. The thing is that it's going to be a very poor investment on their part. As I say, like, I am more than happy to take the money. And, if they want to try giving me the money, they will only ever do that once. Because their return on their investment will not exactly be what they hoped for, especially when I use it to more or less try to take them down. As I say, like with the Amazon wish list and stuff, I hate having to use it, but I find it very funny. It's like I'm using Amazon to eventually work to take down Amazon. But that's the thing, when you're forced to live with dire poverty, is you're forced to live within these systems that keep you suppressed. And so I just find it funny. It's like, yes, buy me things off my Amazon wish list that will help me then eventually take down Amazon. You know, the Google ads and all that sort of stuff that drive me crazy. I will work to eventually make sure that, you know, YouTube is publicly owned or something like that, or a channel like YouTube is publicly owned, so that everyone has access to it, and we don't need to be bombarded with commercials and advertisements, because, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, well, then you just get premium and stuff, and it's like, that's, again, it's out of the reach for people who live with dire poverty. And so do we not deserve the ability to enjoy content without being bombarded nonstop by ads that we don't want? And I get frustrated with ads because I feel like they're very manipulative, you know, and I don't like ads that are trying to, like, oh, you have a couple of extra dollars, give them to me, here, spend it on this useless thing that you don't need. I hate that. I hate it with a passion. All this, you know, materialistic, buy things that don't mean anything to fill a void in your life that the society has purposely created. I hate that so much. And so I find a lot of ads and the bombardment of ads actually to be offensive. And so that's why I might use other means to get rid of those ads that don't cost me anything. But, you know, that only works so much because you don't have those options when you're working on a phone. And I tend to still stay on Twitter quite a fair bit while on my phone, especially before I wake up, or when I wake up. I'm on Twitter way too much. But I've gotten so used to just skipping over ads. And it's to the point that if ads are being bombarded to me online, it will do the exact opposite and I will refuse to buy from them. Because I just get so sick of seeing them that it's like, nope, nope, I will never buy from them because I don't like being bombarded with these stupid ads. Who'd have thought that your Halloween would be watching somebody dressed up as a very alluring vampire playing a solitaire card game while talking social politics? Benjamin Dave Rubin is a Cancer. Yeah, I did a lot of Rebel HQ videos about him because, you know, him being queer and throwing, like, the analogy I said, it's like, you know, the people who cross the bridge and burn it after them. It's like, you might want to wait until you've crossed that bridge before you set it on fire, because he's kind of set the bridge on fire with him still on it. John Martinez, it's why I rent a room, have 2 pairs of shoes, some clothes, and my cheap Chinese-made computer that costs 99 bucks. I don't even own a single piece of furniture, yet I love my life. I unfortunately do have a lot of stuff because I used to be borderline hoarding, but I have a bunch of collections that I really appreciate. And some of these collections, like my unicorns and stuff like that, I have a unicorn from when I was 5 years old. So I have a lot of collections and I have a lot of stuff. I don't want any more. I will build on pre-existing collections, like some nice Star Trek items, but I don't want them to just be any junk Star Trek items. I want them to be nice Star Trek items. My Slinky collection. If I find a new Slinky, I'm buying a new Slinky. Because I have over 300 Slinkies. My unicorns, but again, there's a glut of just any old unicorn these days because they came into fad, but I want them to be nice. I want them to be like the delicate unicorns and things of that sort. I don't want just anything. So, but when it comes to extra items and stuff, like, unless it's something that will actually help with my art, help with my YouTube channel, I don't want it. In fact, I have something I'm trying to get rid of, but I can't. Because this is the dilemma when you're an online personality. I have a piece of furniture I want to put on, like, Facebook Marketplace to get rid of. I can't, because that would require me telling everyone where I live. Like, people who watch my channel, you know what city and region I live in, because I've talked about it. I realized early on that I wasn't going to be able to hide that because I tried to run for politics. Um, so I've never really hidden it, but I don't try to advertise it. But if I were to like advertise on Facebook Marketplace, oh, I have this piece of furniture that you would have to come by my house to get, I can't do that anymore. Because that would be like, I don't want to give away which neighborhood I'm in, or have random strangers on Facebook contact me to try to get this piece of furniture, which would then lead them to my actual address. So I have to try to find a friend who'd be willing to put it on like Facebook Marketplace themselves. And I'm willing for it to go for free if people can just remove it from my apartment, because it is a piece of furniture and I don't have the back to do that. It's free to whoever can remove it from my apartment. But if I have a friend that decides who's willing to post it on Facebook Marketplace, they can sell it. Like, for however much they want to sell it, the money will go to them. I don't care. I just want it out of my place. And part of it is my housing situation has actually become wonderfully stable, and I'm super happy where I'm living. You know, the size, everything, it's great. I'm happy being here. So now that I know that this is stable, I want to settle in. And part of settling in means getting rid of that piece of furniture I don't want to make room for the extra shelves and stuff that I do want, that will help me organize my place and help me settle in, type thing. Now you see the trick with this level is, and there's another level that's like this that's even trickier. So here I have the 6. So I could easily go 4 or 5, 4, all this sort of stuff. But unless that chain will lead to these cards being removed, I don't do them. Because you don't want to get into the problem where you have like a whole bunch of cards buried, but you're relying on clicking one card, one card, one card. So you have a better chance, like here I will do it, because if I do this, I get to unbury these cards. So then that's fine. But if I had a whole bunch of chains that just clicked these without the benefit of going to those, then I wouldn't do those. I would now because there's only one card left. But there's one level in particular, I don't know if we'll get to it, where it's like, no, you keep them on the side so that you can use them to get to the other cards if you need to. And I've never run into the problem where I haven't clicked on these cards purposely so that they would be potentially there for clicking away, and run into the problem where I lost because those cards weren't clicked at the end. It's always still the very last card. I don't know. I think it would be, if I get to that level, I don't know how long I'll be on here. If I get to that level, you'll understand what I mean when I get there. There's a level, is it this next one? Yes, this one can take about 20 tries to get through, because this is a super duper challenging level. So here you see we're buried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. So here I have the 6. There's nothing there that works anyway. Now I have the 8. Again, there's nothing that works. 2, so 3, 4, 3. And then I debate, like, do I go for these ones right now? Since there's a queen there and an ace there, there's a good chance there could be a king under there. Unfortunately, there's not. So I will want to unbury these cards so I can see what they are. But here I have the ace, so I could do the 2 here and stuff. But I'd rather not, because I might need these cards later on to help unbury these cards. So here I can do this, 6. And so I would look at that 9. It's like, okay, so there is a chain that can lead to that. So but you have to be a little bit more strategic, and even you could be the most perfectly strategic with this and still not win, because like I said, not all of these levels are winnable, which is super frustrating. It would be nice if it was just a little bit more frequently winnable, or if they were all winnable. If they were, but here's the thing, if they were all always winnable and I won them all the time, then I would just continuously play this over and over and over again and never stop. The thing is I could do this one time and win the first round, or it could take me 20 tries to get past this level. But then I really like the next couple levels. And then it's important to slow down here so that you don't accidentally click and miss a move, because like I said, there's no undo. So here I could do the queen and the jack. However, if I click the ace, I'm removing less cards, but I'm exposing more by doing that. And that is beneficial because now I can choose here. Do I do the 3? And this is where it gets frustrating, because do I do the 2 and the 3 or the jack, queen, and the king? Because who knows what my next cards will be. But since we're close to the end, removing more cards is beneficial. So I will do this one. But you see, that would have also helped get rid of that king jack. So that's where it gets frustrating. Because now I'm down to 3, I could still potentially win this level depending on what the cards are under here and what I get here. Now I know this can't be won. Because even if the card under here was a 6, I would get those 2, but then I'd have 1 card left over and 2 random cards. So even if all the cards were matchable, I still wouldn't win. Let's see what the sandbox is saying. Hermit Horologist, I thought you already knew about Steve, or I would have mentioned him earlier. No, I only came across Steve Boots videos, like, what was it, less than a month ago? And I've been on his channel, and like, again, that's part of the problem of being a leftist content creator, is getting in those algorithms, gets a little bit more challenging. So even though I'm doing like left-wing content, I'm watching left-wing channels, Canadian content, like whenever David Dole or the Serfs have one-off videos, like the segment about Canadian stuff, I will be sure to click on it just to help promote those in the algorithms and stuff. Even after all that, it was only recently that I came across a Steve Boots video. And that's part of the thing that always kind of gets me. It's like, here are these amazing content creators that I have never seen. So how many other like amazing content creators out there that I still just don't know about because the algorithms haven't served them up to me? Like it makes me wonder, And then it also makes me feel like, how am I ever going to get out there when you have all of these amazing, wonderful people out there and I still haven't heard about them and their channels are much larger than mine? How do I ever hope to get out there, It's all the grind. Like, part of it is I'm not just doing this for fun. Like, I do enjoy making the videos. Now, here's the frustrating thing about this level. 12 cards, 1 card left. Still might not win this level. I'm just saying. So I have to go through it really slow to make sure I don't accidentally click over one that's compatible with that. But, I'm not just doing this channel for shits and giggles. There's a reason behind it. Yes, I enjoy, yes, okay, I passed this all. I enjoy doing the content and stuff, but like ideally I want to make a difference, I want to get people more involved with politics. I want to get people out and voting and, help make policy changes and make the lives better for people, give people opportunities I may not have ever had in my life, to try to prevent people from having to deal with some of the things I've dealt with. Like, that's what I want, for people to have better lives than me, that to make sure they don't go through some of the same things that I went through. And so it becomes I have to play that game though of how do I get out in the algorithms? How do I get my channel out there more? And do all those things when it's not just simply for vanity. There's a reason, and it's frustrating that I compete with a lot of people. Like, it blows my mind. I watch dominoes before I go to sleep because it's very relaxing, audibly and visually. And there's one channel in particular I watch, and she's probably rich off of just doing dominoes online, but you never know what will take off. And it's hard when you want to follow your passion, but your passion might not be a lot of money, is Canadian politics, especially when you're competing with an American audience and American politics, because their politics have so much more airtime and interest and clickable things, especially, considering the election is just a few days away. Oh my gosh. Just thinking about how close that American election is kind of makes me sick. I'm so nervous about it because I try my best not to think about the outcomes and stay in the moment because, yeah, it is. And the thing is even if Harris wins, the fight is only beginning because it's gotten bigger than just Trump now. It is the entire Republican Party needs to be beaten, needs to be voted out. People need to actually be arrested for doing things that are illegal. Like, that might seem like a common sense thing to say, but it hasn't been happening. People have been getting away with things that are blatantly illegal. And people need to be held accountable for the crimes that they're doing and be put away in prison and have their privileges and their rights taken away from them. Like, their ability to govern should be taken away from them if they're doing things that are blatantly corrupt and illegal and harmful to people. Like, there needs to be consequences for people's actions, which there hasn't really been much of. So, it's not just a matter of beating Trump. It's beating the entire Republican Party. And the thing is you're almost safer with Trump at the helm because he's so freaking incompetent. And he makes it just about him. But you get somebody competent in his position next time, and it's so much more dangerous. So, like, the entire Republican establishment needs to be held accountable for becoming a fascistic, oh, that's hard to say with these teeth in, for becoming a fascist organization. Like, they need to be held accountable for it. And of course, I mean, legally, go to court, go to trial, be held accountable for their crimes, prevented from, forcing their will on other people. Like, all of that needs to happen. So the fight, if Harris wins, the fight is nowhere near being done. It just gives you a few more years to work with before it becomes dire again. But it's kind of like how they say with climate change, like, don't think of this as the hottest summer of your entire life. Think of it as the coolest summer for the rest of your life. And it's like, this isn't the most important election up to the point. It's the least important election for the rest of your life. Bad Lefty. Lefty doesn't do jokes, and for you to suggest that I do is pretty damn rude. I'm going to tell you so, life. Looney Tunes. Standy still needs your help with Frodo. Please, yep. Regular vet bills. You can help with the PayPal link in the description box below, or if you're Canadian, e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. Sheldon Petrie. Sandy equals Tyler Durden confirmed. I don't know what that means, Sheldon. You're going to have to tell me later on. Hermit Horologist. The algorithm really seems to favor the right. That's where the money is. That is because that's where the money is, as we've seen recently with all the revelations around the Russian money and stuff like that. Like, they're paying for advertisers and stuff. They're paying to get artificial numbers for subscribers and stuff, because you can see some of these right-wing channels and they have like millions of subscribers to their YouTube channel, but only a small fraction of that are real people. Most of it is just, fake accounts, bot accounts to make it look like they're more influential and have more power than they actually do. And, of course, YouTube, their algorithms are going to favor channels that bring in more clicks. And the right wing, is always the fear mongering and the sensationalizing and stuff that helps to bring in more clicks and more money. And they don't care that they're destroying society in order to line their own pocket. That's capitalism for you. Like, I'm with Sam with when he says like they all need to be like, oh, what's the word when they're made like public utilities and stuff like that, and the algorithms just need to be destroyed. Like, there should be no algorithms trying to predict what you want and stuff, and let people seek out what they want, and that sort of thing. And then that's where it becomes really important to do collaborations with other lefty content creators, to have them talk about each other and stuff. Because I've probably introduced people to Steve Boots since I've been talking about him. The Surfs does a pretty good job of when, especially if I make a comment in their chat and stuff, to be like, oh yeah, go check out Left of the Box and stuff of that sort. To be cross-promoting each other all the time is what's important. Again, one of my frustrations with TYT is they don't do that at all. Like, they don't say, oh yeah, you can also check out this channel or go to this channel for this take and stuff. They don't do any cross promotion because they want to say, we're the only location for this type of information, when they're not. But, it doesn't help line their pocket when they start saying, oh yeah, you have all these other options, because if you start going to all those other options, you might start realizing and seeing TYT for what they actually are these days. And you might realize how biased and not nuanced their takes are. Because even one of the frustrating things when Anna was freaking out about people, she freaked out at the one tiny Twitter account that called her out for not calling out Ben Shapiro, is what it was. And she was freaking out about that. And she was like, how, after all of this, you take the nuance and blah, blah, blah. And then Jank also got on board with that. But it's like, we weren't criticizing Jank because Jank was on the right side of that. But then all of a sudden he's flipping out on it too. And yeah, it's just a big mess. And I forget where that line of thought was going. There was a more important, more substantial point to where I was going with that. It might pop back into my brain. I think he was complaining, or they were yelling that you're accusing us of not being nuanced enough or something, or not covering certain things. And it's like, yeah, actually we are. And Jank took it personally, even though it was directed at Anna. This level, pain in the ass to get past. Like I said, there was the other one with the 3 pyramids. This is the 2 pyramids. This one, again, this is in their level. You can play it 20 times over and still not get past it. Let's see. Hermeteorologist, I think it follows the trolls, because as soon as I follow Rachel Gilmore, I got so many Diagolon and that crap suggested. Yeah, Rachel Gilmore also does amazing independent journalism, focusing a lot on Canadian issues and stuff. She does do some crossover to American issues, but it's primarily Canadian issues, and just fantastic breakdowns and stuff. Recommend her content so much. Again, she's in there one where I'm just like, I'm so envious of how easy she makes it look, and how she makes like these fantastic, quick, digestible breakdowns of very complex topics and stuff. Whereas I go into a live stream and I'm like, I'm going to keep this short, and 30 minutes later, I've gotten through 2 tabs of what I want to talk about. But I have to try to remind myself to not compare myself to them all the time, and just realize, as much as I would like to do content that's like theirs, that's in an ideal world, that's what I would like to do, but it's not actually what I like to do. I like to get into the news articles, go through the whole news article, talk about the nuance, get into these other details, go into long explanatory things, and do lots and lots of commentary. That's what I always end up doing, so that's what I like to do. I just need to acknowledge that to myself, that I'm envious of them being able to make them into these quick bites, but I still like doing what I do. If that makes any sense at all. John Martinez, Sandy, it's why I voted for all the Democrat candidates and no Republicans. They are all Nazis to me until they do otherwise. Harris winning is what I voted for, but yeah, she herself cannot fix everything. Yeah. Harm reduction, pick your enemy, like pick your battles, I think is in their way of saying it. Like, who do you want your opponent to be and all that sort of stuff. The idea that you're voting for someone because you endorse all of the things that they do is just so superficial and not helpful when people argue it like that. It is, I don't agree with the liberals. I prefer the liberals into the conservatives because of harm reduction reasons. Less people will die by social murder should the liberals be in versus the conservatives. However, there will still be social murder that happens with the liberals in, and there'd be less with the NDP. And if the NDP actually stuck with the policies that they got in on, they would actually reduce a lot of that. They'd be their policies would actually try to prevent social murder if they actually went through and followed through on the policies that they say they were going to do. They would actually get rid of social murder. Unfortunately, they don't necessarily follow through with what they promise when they run. 2 cards. Oh, watch. I'm about to get 9. Okay, maybe not. That would be nice. Aw. So, but yeah, still people get mad when I suggest that they should vote for the lesser of the 2 evils and stuff. And it's like, I don't want to vote for any of them. And it's like, well, if you don't vote for any of them, then the worst evil is going to get in, because they always benefit when people decide not to vote. And that would be the conservatives. And I just get so pissed off because it's like, there are people that can't vote in the next election because they didn't survive because of the policies the conservatives put through. It is as plain and simple as that. More people would be alive today had the Ontario Liberals got in, had the Ontario NDP got in. There'd be far more people alive today had either of those parties gotten in. But instead we got the Conservatives. And they have cost lives. Their policies directly influence that. And it's just so disturbing that people don't engage with it like that. Like, their lives are fine, so they don't care. And that's quite often why liberals, like I'm talking about Democrat liberals, Canadian liberals, why they aren't as panicked about this fascistic side, like, direction that we're going, because it would take a lot under that fascism for their lives to actually change all that much, because they live in worlds of privilege. So it's not as urgent to them. It's not as important to them to fight this tide because it makes no difference to them. But if people were actually voting in a way that's like, okay, what would benefit the people who have the least, the people, who have to rely on disability and stuff, what would improve their lives? Because if you improve the lives of the people with the least, then you're by default going to be improving your life as well. And then you're also setting up those safety nets. So should the day come that you end up with a disability, because that can happen to anyone at any time, those safety nets are already in place and you don't have to fight for them when you're falling through the cracks. because the time to fight for change isn't when you need it. Ideally, you fight for that change before you get there. That's why I've said to people, what is it when they ask like what they should get involved with, and it's like, don't wait for it to be your issue. Get involved now. Don't wait for it to be your problem. Don't wait for you to be the one suffering from it before you get involved. Because when it gets to the point that you have that disability or you need that medical care and you suddenly find out you don't have it, you're too busy dealing with that, then you would be able to put your resources into changing the system to help you in that moment. Like, so many people have no idea what resources are available, what you can do, where you can go, when you suddenly find yourself you can't pay rent. A lot of people don't know what to turn to and what to go. So the thought of trying to advocate for yourself in that moment, to then join a movement or, get into the protests, write your politician, in that moment, you can't, because you're just so busy trying to keep your head above water. So it's so important for people to get involved with issues before it's your issue. And you might not know what those specific issues are, but it's a sure thing, disability. Because most people, if you live long enough, you're going to live with a disability. That's just a part of aging. Long-term care, that's another one. Like, what kind of long-term care home would you want to be in? I've been to the one that my grandmother was in. I'd rather do MAID. And it's not like the one that she lived in was horrible, but it is horrible as far as long-term care homes go, but it's still horrible. Like, horrible, horrible living like that. Being forced to live with a roommate, getting very little personal care every day, very little personal attention every day. And like, I'm the type of person, I want to be left alone, but when you're physically incapable of getting up to go to the bathroom, relying on diapers, not able to move yourself in your bed, not able to get around, you need that extra personal care. And the restrictions that they put on people who work in the homes, like, oh, you're only allowed to spend so much time per person per day, is ridiculous. Absolutely horrific. How little attention is given to any individual at a time. So things like, working towards disability rights, long-term care, health care in general, pharmacare, all those are things, issues that if you're healthy, able-bodied, able-minded, you need to get involved with now, because you don't want to wait for it to be your problem. Because when it is your problem, you're going to be so busy dealing with that that will not be the time for you to get involved in advocating. Hope you guys are finding this semi-relaxing or interesting. I'm talking about really shitty stuff right now while playing this game. It's hardly the chill, but like I said, even though I didn't have like political things geared up to talk about, I knew this would become political because I always end up talking about politics because I'm passionate about politics. Hello, the transpositions? Is that how you're supposed to? Happy Halloween to you too. Here, let you see my costume. All dressed up like my true inner self. Oh man, if there were vampires, I would be so doing anything I could do to get bitten. Please check out my earlier stream, earlier in the stream, where you find out about which book I wrote. And I share a couple of videos on it, of me reading a couple of the chapters. I think me reading it is probably easier than people trying to guess the inflection. Or at least if you've seen me read a few of the chapters, you can probably get a better feel for how it's supposed to be read from that point on and make it easier to read. But as I was saying with my book, there's a lot of nuance, a lot of things that won't make sense until you connect it to this. So I recommend that you read it over and over again because you're going to find connections. It's like, oh, so that's why this line is right here that you might not catch the first time. But then if you get more familiar with it, then you can be like, oh, okay, I get why this is here. This makes sense now. This isn't just a throwaway line. This actually means something. There's a lot of that in that book because, like I said, I was living in that world. So I was experiencing it. So when I was telling the story, it wasn't just like, here I am in this moment thinking forward. I was, again, I was living in this world, so I could backtrack, I could add this, I could connect these dots, I could say something knowing that it's going to lead to something else. So yeah, I recommend that you read the book, you watch the audio versions of me reading the book, and then you read the book again. You read the book while you're listening to me, and then you read the book again, and then you might be able to catch on to everything that I put in there. But I don't know how much longer I'll be able to go on because I'm actually getting kind of hungry because it's not like I can nibble on things with these nice little teeth in. Do I go for the 6 or the 8? It doesn't matter because this level annoys me. You don't get into too many big chains here, and it can take so long to beat this level. And there's much more interesting layouts after this. But is this as interesting as watching like somebody else play those like adventure games? Like, I don't know. This would be like a different type of thing, a soothing, oddly relaxing, as they say, maybe, watching this type of game as opposed to those action games, fantasy fighting people games. This might be like the dominoes, where it's just oddly satisfying and relaxing. On to the next level. But if anyone has questions about my book or my writing, like how I did all that, oh, I should have done the other one. I'm more than happy to answer the best that I can without giving too many spoilers, because the book does take some interesting turns, and I don't want to spoil it because I want to be able to talk to people. Again, I want to be able to talk to people who have finished reading the book just to see, like, did you catch this? Did you notice that? Did this make sense? What did you think of this? Was this too much? Like, there's so much in the book I want to talk about with other people, to talk about the world I created, like all of that. I look forward to the day where I can have a book club where we just talk about that. But it's 287 pages. Like I said, it's a novel. It is a full-length novel. But and I've gone over it at a minimum a dozen times, and I'm not sick of it. Even though I know exactly everything that's going to happen, I actually was like, oh, I'm here, but because when I was editing it, I would read it out loud and I would like wreck my voice because it takes a couple days to read the whole thing out loud. And I would like wreck my voice because I'm like, oh, but I just want to get to this next part. Oh, but then it gets to here and then it changes here. And then I want to do that. And then I want to get to this. And then I want to go over this. And is this okay? And is this like I said, this book, I've lived in this world and I can expand on it. Because I left it in such a way that I can expand on it. Or if I decide that I want to go back and start it from the beginning type thing, from when the main character was more or less first born and then do leaps through history with that, then I would probably make some changes to this story and how it ends and things of that sort. Like if I were to serialize this, then I would probably change the ending so that it would be more accommodating to that serialization. And by change it, I mean just like go into more detail and take longer and all that sort of stuff. But the outcome would still be the same. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think part of me too is like, as much as I love the idea of going into more depth and doing like the whole serialization of this and stuff, a part of me is scared that I can't pull it off. You know, that I have like these different plot points in my brain as to, okay, well, this would have happened and this would have happened, but I don't know if I can put it together in a good story. Like if I can hold it all together. I don't know. Be a lot to work with. Plus I have like my other books and stuff that I want to work on as well. John Martinez had onion gyro for dinner, a Japanese meal that consists of white rice, scrambled eggs, ground beef, made them into rice balls, and just have that. Oh, an ungiri. That could be yummy. I have stuff that I can eat, but not stuff that I would be satisfied eating. Like, more often than not, all I want for dinner is a nice fresh slice of pizza. I also live close to an Arby's, and okay, yeah, I have a soft spot for Arby's. The beef and cheddar sandwich and curly fries. I really, really like those. And there's an Arby's not too far from me. But then it gets to the point where it's like, I really don't want to have to get out into my car and drive. Because there's nowhere that would be open close enough. That is just within walking distance to where I am. So I would have to drive somewhere. And I don't want to drive somewhere. And so then I'm reliant on what I have in my freezer and stuff. And I have food. I just don't feel like eating any of it. Nothing that would make a satisfying meal. Let's put it that way. But I'm not a good cook, so that hampers a lot of that. So I have things that I can like throw in the toaster oven to make food, but nothing that's really satisfying for a dinner right now. I'm kind of hungry. But you see, I'm stuck with this thing that I've started this. And I don't know if I can stop until I'm done all the levels. I'm a little compulsive that way. But like I said, this could take 45 minutes to go through all the levels. It could take 4 hours to go through all these levels. So I don't know how long I'm going to hold on. And I don't know how interesting this is for everyone. But I've seen other YouTube channels out there do weird things and still retain an audience somehow. I think I have to keep talking, I think is what the big thing is. Just keep on talking, communicating with you guys, checking the sandbox, responding to comments. You know, keep the engagement going that way. But maybe in my next live stream, though, if somebody comes into the chat, we can chat about their comment under one of my videos. Because the thing is that if you guys have a critique of me, if you think I misworded something, you're not happy with something I say, if you're a regular in the sandbox, I'm more than happy to respond to that and let's have a conversation, like a good faith conversation. Like there's lots of comments and stuff. I don't care to communicate with the person because for all I know, they're a troll and stuff like that. But if there's somebody who's a regular in my sandbox and they have an issue, then in good faith, I want to engage with it. I want to let's talk it out type thing. So, you know, the next time I see them in the sandbox, we can chat about what they said. And not in like a combative way or anything. Like, okay, let's talk this out. Because, you know, I want to address concerns and stuff and clear things up for people who are regulars to my channel and whatnot. Because this is a community. But like I said, leaving a comment under a YouTube video isn't necessarily the best way to get my attention, only because I might not see it. Like, I don't care about people publicly calling me out on my comments section or something on YouTube. I don't care about that. It's just I literally might not see it. Because I only glance at them every now and then, but I do look for names I'm familiar with. John Martinez, part of learning how to cook is the joy that even if you don't necessarily have what you want, you can improvise a meal. I could have had a box of mac and cheese, but chose rice balls. And I have a frozen pizza. It's just cheese, however, and I may buy some pepperoni to top it with. I usually add like garlic salt and some seasonings and stuff to frozen pizzas I buy to make them a little bit more flavorful. Like, I can do that, but I don't have any frozen pizzas right now, so I can't do that. You know, I have like little sausage rolls I can, again, it's just toss it into the toaster oven and make and stuff. I burned a sausage the other day in the oven the way that I like it, nice and crispy. But I don't have anything to eat with it that I can just quickly put together. It's, yeah. I'm so looking forward to seeing Sam on Tim Pool's show. That will be so interesting. Um, like I'm actually, it's like, okay, so I'm setting my alarm to watch it live. I think it starts at 10. Which means, yes, I actually have to set my alarm to watch it live. And then what I will probably do, I did this when Emma went on, I think, if I recall correctly. I actually record it as it's going on live. Like, I know plenty of other people are probably doing that and banking it, but just in the off chance, you know, Sam were to really upset him and he immediately deletes the stream or something, I would then still have record of it, you know, that I could share or whatever. You know, to make sure that there's that copy forever. Once it's on the internet, it never goes away. So that would require me waking up at like 9 so that I could roll out of bed by 10. I think it starts at 10 in the morning here. And that's early for me. Or that's early for me because, like I said, I usually go to bed around 1 to 2. And then daylight savings is happening. What is it, this weekend? Which I think is just going to make it later for me, which is unfortunate because then I'll have to try to shift my sleep again. Because ideally, I want to be waking up, like going to bed around midnight and waking up around 8 or 9. Like, to me, that would be nice, but I am wired a night person. If I had just let my body just naturally choose when to sleep and stuff, I will not see daylight. But since I have to function in this society, it requires me to at least align half my days with people. But there have been times when I've just let it go and I don't see daylight. I just don't. I am just naturally a nocturnal type person, which again, part of my affinity for vampires, I think. But there was a few weeks as a teenager where that got a lot out of control because I had been in a car accident. So I was off school for a week because I had injured my back. Didn't know how severely at the time, learned later. Probably part of the reason why I have back issues now. So I was off school for a week for that, but then the school went on strike for a couple weeks. And I literally became exclusively nocturnal during that time. Like trying to function and get back into a regular routine was so challenging for me. But like literally, I'd be waking up as the sun was setting and going to bed as soon as the sun was rising. Like it just so naturally was who I am, is a nocturnal person. And so I have to try to resist because I take something to help me try to get the edge off to go to sleep earlier. Um, but I'm still trying to force myself to go to bed at 2. Like I'm trying to get myself to bed at 1, but I'm lucky if I get to sleep at 2. And I'm trying. And the thing is I could easily like, could I tomorrow night stay up to 4? No, because I'm still not wired over, but my body will want to creep into that more and more and more. And so I have to be careful that I don't let that happen because my body has already creeped into, it's now 2 o'clock before I get to like really put everything down and try to sleep. And before it was, you know, midnight when I would do that. And then it was 1 o'clock and now it's 2 o'clock. And I need to try to stop myself from constantly creeping into later and later. Again, like if I could, I would just become nocturnal because that's, again, where I naturally fit. But I do need to still kind of function in this society. Like in a few weeks, I'll be taking my car in to get my winter tires on. And they're like, okay, bring it up over at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, this is just so early. But doctor's appointments, socializing with people, watching the Majority Report. Ideally, I'd like to watch it live. Like all of that requires me to be awake during the day. Like most of my friends having a social life and stuff like that requires me to be awake during the day. So I will still do that. But I remember one time when I had a factory job, the afternoon shift, I never felt more natural in all my life. The afternoon shift was just so perfect for me. This is probably my favorite level. It looks very chaotic, and part of it is I like the fact that it looks very chaotic because it gradually becomes less chaotic, and there's lots of chains that can develop on this level that are really interesting. Because you can get to a lot of back and forth because you uncover cards as you go along and stuff. And so some chains can clear off like half this board at once. And that's what I find really satisfying about this game, and why it gets so addictive. Let's see. Benjamin asking, should I run for local town council? Absolutely, if you have the ability to. I would like to, I can't, because of finances for the most part. Because it actually costs a fair bit of money to run. But the nice thing about running for local council in most cities is if you get 1,000 people out to vote for you, you've won. It doesn't take much. Some places, if you sign up last minute, you could get acclaimed into the position because nobody else signed up for that riding. There are some areas where there's no competition, so then that's good. But here's the thing, especially if you have a message, it helps give you a platform, it helps you spread your message, but also a lot of the things that people complain about on a regular day-to-day life, when it comes to the neighborhood they live in, things like that, it's done on a city level. It's done on a municipal level. So you can have like the biggest practical impact on people in your daily life by running for local council. You can also then have more direct connections with people in your community. You can learn about who's in your community more, and you can see the changes that you have and appreciate, how you can help people out and see that, see it actually in play, like in real time. You can see how your policies have made life better for people. And that's very, very much more doable. Like when I ran for office, I just went straight for federal. I would have gone for provincial, but provincially in my area, we have an NDP who is very secure in her seat. She's most incumbents, large, for the most part, they're popular. So we had an incumbent NDP in the riding provincially, and she was going to stay there. So it's not like I would ever try to run against her or anything, especially since I was trying to run as an NDP. So I went straight for federal, and part of that was when you run provincially and federally, you run with a party. You can run as an independent, but you're guaranteed to almost lose your seat. It is exceedingly difficult to run as an independent and actually get in your seat. Sarah Jama will be running as an independent. She was Ontario NDP until they kicked her out of caucus for lots of reasons that you can find out on my channel. And she will be running as an independent in the next provincial election. She has a good chance of actually winning, just given her abundant popularity. She is extraordinarily popular. It would be nice if the NDP decided not to run against her, but that's not what they're going to do. Of course they're going to run against her, which is just petty. It's petty for Merritt Stiles, because Merritt Stiles has announced that they'd be running somebody in her riding, and it is just downright petty to do that. But when you run for a party, you have access to their finances. You have their material to hand out, their logos, their volunteer base. You're not in essence starting from scratch. But when you run for council, you're starting from scratch. You need to make all of your own material. You need to find all of your own people. You need like a financial person, people to help you with your social media, logos, things of that sort, catchphrases, scheduling, like all of that. You're doing that on your own and with the people you can find. And it can take a fair bit of money to do that. Like just amount of time that you would have to take off of work to actually go and knock on doors and things as simple as that. So most people who run for city council either are wealthy, have a wealthy partner, and wealthy, I mean like they're paying all their bills and things of that sort. They have their own business that they can make their own hours, that is doing well. So again, even on a city council level, you're not seeing much in the way of representation from the people. You're not seeing people who live with poverty, who are single parents, and all that sort of stuff. So if you are any of those things and you think you can have the ability to run, by all means do it. And it's good just because you then also learn more about how the political system works and doesn't work, because it does work and it doesn't work. And so you can learn more about, how people get into office, what it takes to get into office, what kind of person you have to be. Because part of the thing before I got involved with politics was I actually decided to take a course on the government of Canada, because in order to learn how to best change the system, where to best make those changes, you first have to learn how it works. And running for office is a surefire way of learning how it works. But it's great to just then learn where your power is on a city council. So even if you don't make it in, and you've spread your message, you then know what to do, how to apply pressure to make those changes that you want, to how to contact your counselors, the best way to do that, how to protest, what you're actually fighting for, because a lot of people will say jurisdiction and all that sort of stuff, or like, why isn't the federal government looking after rent control and all this sort of stuff, like all the stuff that gets blamed on the federal government, all the stuff that gets blamed on the provincial government that neither of them actually have control over. When you run for office, you become abundantly aware of what the city is actually responsible for. And so then you can target that specifically. So then you're able to better change the system because you're targeting it at the right level. You're knowing what you can do, how you can do it, and applying the right type of pressure to make those changes. So it's a great learning experience, even if it is just so you then know how you can then make the changes and apply the pressure later on. And then if you get in, great, because like I said, that's where you have the most impact on people's day-to-day lives, is city council. Now this level, like I said, this is the level very specifically where you don't click these cards unless it leads to these, because this is like 10 layers deep that you have to unbury. So it's not until you're about 2 to 3 that you start just randomly clicking here. So I would, if I could get rid of a 4 here to unbury more, I would do that. But like here, I can click the 10 or the 8. If I click the 8, okay, I unbury one card, so that's fine. But I wouldn't click the 10, the jack, the queen, the king. Okay, yeah, maybe that would have worked. Because then I would have gotten back to the 2, which is fine. But there we go there. So here, I would click that to unbury that, unbury, unbury, unbury. And so then I look at it like, okay, is there any combination of cards here that will lead me to that 5? No, because ace, 2, actually, yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, so that works. So now, can I get back to that 2 by clicking these cards? Yes. And so now it doesn't matter what I click because it's just 1 deep and I can do whatever. And oddly enough, if you follow these tactics, this level, even though it's the second last level, I tend to win this one in one round more so than I do the other ones. Like the first couple levels are designed to be winnable first round. But as you get later on, then some of the levels can be harder to get through. And this one is the second last level. But considering how far along it is in the game and how often I've won just the first go around, it's because of that technique. But just because I still have 17 cards left and most of these are exposed, it does not mean I will win this level, because it all depends on different chains at this point. And that was a nice long chain there. However, like I said, we now have 3 cards. They're not connected at all. So you need a card that is compatible with each of these. I can go through the rest of those and not get them, not get any one of these cards off the board. So it's important to slow down when you're here so you don't accidentally click past a card that you need. And then I actually mentally say right now, because it's just the 9 left, I will mentally say 8, 10, 8, 10, just to, make sure that I've slowed down enough to get that. Did I see a linear in here? I saw a kitty come in. Let's see. Benjamin, the dream team, Sandy, Sam, and Emma. You have no idea how much I would love to be on the Majority Report for a show or something. Because, like I said earlier in the stream, Michael was my inspiration for starting my channel, but that's also because of him being on the Majority Report and stuff. And, again, my dream of making a Canadian version of the Majority Report, like to actually just be able to have real conversations with Sam and Emma about the issues and stuff like that, as opposed to me freaking out when I'm on the phone, because I don't do well over the phone when I call into the show. Like a lot of people tell me, oh, you do fine. No, I don't feel it, because I have a hard time talking with people if I can't see them, if I don't know them well. Like I have friends here that I can easily talk onto the phone for hours and not have problems. But if I don't know a person well, I need to see them. And so that I can see like, okay, how are they taking this and stuff? Because they don't know me. And part of what I found really weird recently was I've had Lance from the Surfs on my live stream. I've also had Mike from the Humanist Report on my live stream. Super grateful. It was great talking to them. But then there becomes this realization of the parasocial relationship I have with them. And I can feel that imbalance where I'm very comfortable with them and I know their humor and I get a lot of things, but then there's this moment of realization that I'm realizing they have no clue who I am. Like, they don't get that I'm joking here. They don't get that I'm laid back. Um, they don't get that I'm not being serious, or that I'm being serious, but it's not a certain type of like, they just don't know me at all. And it was just so weird to write. It could be off-putting to them for me to be so casual with them when they're not on that same level with me, if that makes any sense. And that is something that I've had to deal with a lot being autistic, because I get to know people a lot faster than they tend to get to know me. So I develop that level of comfort with them way before they do that with me. And so talking to Lance and Mike, that was on hyperdrive. That was hyperdrive. So even if I were have the chance to like go on the majority report and talk to them and see them, so it's not so bad, there would still be that, it would take a while to find the right groove, because I'd be comfortable with them and get them, but they wouldn't necessarily get me and my humor for a while. Because Sam would struggle with it, I think, in particular, because like me, he's very good at dishing the sarcasm, not so good at understanding it. Oh my God, can I win this level? First round, this is last level. 7, 5, 7, 3 6s in a row, 5. Ah, almost won that level first round through. Oh well. This one has taken like 40 tries to get past, but it's the last level. As I start to focus on what I'm doing. You see, I'm hesitating right now to click on the 7, even though I have the 8 there, because I'd rather click on the 7 when the jack is away, because then I'd also get the 8 as well. So I gain nothing right now because I can't unbury this card for a while. So I gain nothing right now by clicking on that 7. However, it gives me a little bit more chance to get to the 8 if I, yeah. Because now if I have the 8, then it's 7, 8. But as you can see, the amount of cards that I'm clicking through that are just not useful. And at this point, there's no way of winning. Let's see. But yeah, if there's any way I could get onto the majority report, I would love to do that. And just, you know, be able to have like really in-depth conversations with them about politics and stuff. And as I always say, we need more cross-border solidarity. The right does a really good job of it. We need to work on it. John Martinez, 10 hours of sleep is required for me. Anything less, and I will have to take a nap in the middle of the day to get it in. I go for about 9, I think, is what I tend to naturally go for. And if I don't get enough sleep, I will tape my eyelids open to not nap. I despise napping. And there's actually a very good reason for that. And that was, I used to have pretty bad sleep apnea. So sleeping, I was getting half the sleep. So if I slept for 12 hours, it was the equivalent to a 6-hour sleep. And we did sleep studies to find that out. So, I was always tired. I was always sleeping. And I was often accused of just being lazy. Until I got the sleep study and I could finally say, see, no, there's actually something wrong with me. And there's been something wrong with me for quite some time. But people would just say, no, you're lazy and all that sort of stuff. But it was literally, if I slept for 12 hours, it was the equivalent to a 6-hour sleep. And so that meant that I was always napping, always tired. And I felt like I slept away most of my life. And so after I lost a bunch of weight because I got the bypass surgery, I might still have mild sleep apnea, but it's nowhere near where it was. So I can sleep, sometimes my sleep pattern, depending on my stress and anxiety, can be way random and stuff. But when it's stable, I don't need naps. And so the days that I didn't get enough sleep at night, I will do anything to not nap. Because, like I said, I felt like I've slept away most of my life. I don't like spending a few hours in the afternoon sleeping. And that's part of the problem was with me and a nap. A nap was like 3 hours. And so that's still kind of ingrained in my head. Like the idea of just lying down for a half hour doesn't seem to compute. So I will always try my best to not nap at all, if possible. Because most of my life was just slept away. Hermit, horologist. I think I'm naturally nocturnal as well. I've always been more productive at night. Yeah. Looney Tunes 9000. I thought this was poker here. It's been a while I've been playing this game. It's not poker. It's Pay Pie, which I don't think that's how you actually pronounce it. John Martinez has it spelt right in the sandbox. That's how I've always said it, though. But I don't think that's how you actually pronounce it. And it's a game I was addicted to for quite some time. And then the site that I got it went away, or I just lost track of it and stuff. And Grand Theft Autobot, I said I would marry whoever can find this for me, and they found it for me. But they don't need to be married. So, yeah, I have it now. And the problem is once I start, I have to go through all 18 levels. And so even though it might take 30 times to go through this one, I'm still kind of committed to doing it. On or off camera, this is my life now. And it's just so frustrating because you can get right near the end and still not make it. Because the cards just don't go in your favor. Let's see. Have I made it? Yeah, I've made it. I've made it to the 5-hour stream, Looney Tunes 9000. I said that the Halloween stream would probably be it. And it's the stream that I'm probably the most uncomfortable with these teeth in my mouth. And the fact that I can't just sip on beverages while I'm doing this because I have these teeth in my mouth. But I did it, Looney Tunes. Did it. My first 5-hour long live stream. Talking about nothing. Nothing in particular. Like nothing really in my docket to go over. Just the brief politics at the beginning where I was letting people in on what happened at the Saskatchewan provincial election. Other than that, lots of politics were talked about though, because that's just me. I talk about politics a lot. And people got to see my stories. I will post the first chapter on my YouTube channel tomorrow morning or tomorrow, whenever. Probably tomorrow morning. Like I said, I'm probably going to set my alarm so that I get up on time so I can watch Sam on Tim Pool Live because I'm super excited about that. I want to see it live. I don't want spoilers. I don't want people to say anything afterwards. I want to see it live. I want to be in the moment and watch that as it happens. So I'll set my alarm to make sure I'm up on time. I'll also be recording it just in case. Not that I need to, because I'm sure plenty of other people do, but just in case, just in case. But I'm also looking forward to, like I said, I'm probably going to step away from doing as many live streams in November, just given November being a bad month for me. But I am looking forward to working on the videos for my book, and getting them posted to the Jack in the Box tier. But I said to people earlier, and just want to reiterate, if you really want to see the videos of that and you don't have much money, just keep on checking in with me and I'll let you know when they're all up. And then that way you just have to pay for 1 month, and then you can see them all. And then, I have no grudge, nothing. I completely understand if somebody just signs up at the Jack in the Box tier for a month and that's that. Like, I completely get it. But now that the cat's out of the bag, I guess, I'll start actually advertising my book on my channel, on my Facebook, and see if I can get any more sales, because needless to say, I did not win the Derby or even come close. I probably came in last because I only sold 2 copies and not even half my book was read. And I have no idea if it's just because my book is that bad or I just didn't have the right audience. I don't know, because I'm still kind of nervous. My book might just be bad. My writing might just be shit. I don't know. I don't know. But that's the thing. Like, I need more than one person to read it. Because again, it might just, the beta reader, it might not have been their cup of tea. They could have maybe given the feedback in a little bit more of a productive manner than what they did, though. Other than they said, like, you need to do more show, don't tell, or something. Like, there was just a couple phrases that they said that it's like, it means nothing, especially when they didn't give any examples of what they were talking about. Like, it made me feel a lot better about the feedback I gave the person that I beta read their book. I read the whole thing, even though I didn't necessarily like it, but then I gave them feedback with, like, here's some constructive things that you can do. Things that I noticed, things that will help out. Here's something that happened with these characters. I would have been interested to learn this about these characters. I would have been interested to know what happened here. Like, that was the type of feedback I was giving them, like things that they could actually be like, oh, they can take it or leave it, of course, but to me, it felt like these are things that they could actually do and work on. Whereas the feedback I was given, especially with no examples, not even told where they stopped reading my book, like, how am I supposed to improve it based on what they said? I will admit I censored it a bit. The scenes with the essay, probably too graphic. So I censored it a bit. The scenes are still there. They're just not as descriptive. Again, even though what I put in it, even when they were a little bit more graphic, there are things that I've seen in news articles, movies, TV shows. Like, there was nothing I haven't seen in media that I put in there, but I'm like, okay, I can probably tone that down. That was probably pushing it too far. So I did, the scenes are still there. They're just less, they just say it happens versus what happened. But they're there for a reason. Like, they fit the narrative. It's part of the story. There's a reason they're there. They're not just, I don't just gratuitously put it in. It's not just there for the sake of putting it in for shock value or anything. They're there for a reason. And I would never put something like that in a book just because. Like, no, it's there for a reason. It serves a purpose. But the thing is that if you're too set off by seeing it in the first place, you might not be willing to understand what that purpose is, or you might not be able to see why it's there. But yeah. It's not there for just any old reason. There's a Frodo in the room. There's also an Abernathy in the room. Frodo, you going to come here? Don't know if you just heard him meow. Hey, are you going to come here? Are you going to come here? Come on. He came up to me when the video was playing. And I just want to show everyone him because he's such a precious kitty. Looney Tunes. Sandy went over 5 hours. Yay! Yeah, it's my first over 5 hours live stream, and depending on how many times I have to play this level, it could be my first 6 hour long live stream. Because I think at this point, with it being the last level, I think I'm kind of committed until this is done. Even though, like I said, it's random. There's no guarantee that I will win this in the next 40 tries, which is the most frustrating thing about this game, is that it's not set up to be, a little bit more winnable. Because I can tell you right now, this round is not going to be won. Only 8 cards left. A lot of these aren't part of the same chain. Like, it's just, yeah. Like, these last 4 cards would have to be so beyond perfect, and all the undercards here would have to be so beyond perfect for me to win at this point. So I can just finish clicking through that, really. Hey, Abernathy. Come on. Are you where you're not supposed to be? I think he's where he's not supposed to be. Well, my cats are going to start getting cranky because around now is when I feed them. And of course, like, part of the problem with going this late is I still need time to just kind of chill and unwind after a live stream before I can go to sleep. It's going to be well after 2 before I actually get to sleep tonight. And then I'm setting my alarm to make sure I'm up on time for Sam on Tim Pool. Because, again, I'm just so excited to see that. Just like I did when Emma was on. Oh. Abernathy, you're where you're not supposed to be. I can tell. Come on. Out. Out from there. Come on. And let me know if you guys like this background and wouldn't mind seeing it a little bit more often. Like, I'll still have my regular background with my regular backdrop. But if this is like a nice change from time to time, let me know. I do like this sheet. Hey, I have a Lanier right here. All 3 of them are right here. Oh, babies. It's because they want food. So do I. Just hopefully I can hurry up and win this weekend. It's a compulsive thing at this point. I'm so close to the end that it's like, yeah, no, I'm in it till the end at this point. 1 card left. So anyone's predictions on Sam's appearance on Tim Pool tomorrow? Oops. Come on, out of there, Abernathy. Like, do you guys think that they'll make it the entire length of what they're supposed to? Or do you think Tim will be like, oh, I want you out of here now? You think Sam is going to get Tim into any weird situations where he's just so tongue-tied, he takes, you know, he threatens to take off his beanie? I might actually have to kick them out if they don't stop being such a pain. They get into things they're not supposed to, especially with the background where it's not. Like, I'm just worried Abernathy is going to start playing with the sheet and cause this to fall over because I'm using a tripod to keep it up. And then on the wall behind me, a nice little technique that doesn't require you to puncture through the sheet is I put push pins in, and then I just have the fabric over it, and then I use a clothespin to clamp over it. So there's no holes in the sheet from the push pins. And I don't need to use tape or anything like that to keep it up. But Abernathy could easily topple the tripod over or try to rip it off the wall. Come on, out of there. Oh. And of course they want to get into all of it because it's new. Let me know if you like the backdrop, and I might use it more often. Like maybe whenever I have guests on specifically, or if I'm guesting on somebody else's show. Well, actually, no. If I'm guesting on somebody else's show, I'll probably use my regular backdrop so that people can get a better idea as to who I am. But it will be available for me to use for quite some time because, like I said, I need to do the rest of the videos for everyone. Well, for my patrons at the Jack in the Box tier. And like that's the thing. I'm really looking forward to actually going through all the video, like all the chapters, and making them into like an audiobook. John Martinez, my cat Luna would meow progressively louder and longer to get my attention. Luckily, they don't do that. However, Lanier gets extremely aggressive. Like, he'll start grabbing me and stuff, and I'll walk by my couch, and he'll jump on the back of the couch, and he'll swat at me. Like, he becomes, like, hangry, I guess is what you could say. But the thing is that he's waiting for the wet food. He knows that's coming out. But he only gets that, like, literally right before I go to bed. Because I give that to him to distract him so that I can get Frodo into the bedroom with his wet food. Because if I were to just try to give Frodo wet food and not him, Lanier would freak the fuck out. So I have to give him some as well. But I still need to keep them separated at night because otherwise Lanier would eat all the wet food and Frodo grazes. And he needs more time to eat his food. But it gets into sometimes it's a bit of a battle at night. Normally I can get Frodo into the bedroom without a problem because he has a favorite kind of wet food, so I make sure that he only gets that one. Lanier will eat anything. Abernathy is the chunker, but he doesn't eat the wet food as much. But the thing is I think he's jealous. And he wants to spend the night in the bedroom as well and cuddle on the bed with me. So sometimes at night, he will go into the bedroom and hide under the bed when he knows I'm trying to wrap things up for the night, when I'm trying to put the food down. And then when I have to go and get him, it takes longer for me to put the food down. So then Lanier starts crying louder and starting getting more aggressive. And then I have to try to fish Abernathy out from under the bed. And I try all these different techniques to get him out from under the bed so that I can kick him out of the room for night. Like, part of it is so sad because, you know, I kind of do want to be able to have the babies to be able to come up onto the bed during the night too and cuddle. But I can't as long as I have Frodo, and I want Frodo to live forever. So it's a bit of a conundrum there. And also, when I first got them, and before I was separating Frodo so that he could eat properly, when they were in the room at the same time and wanting to snuggle, Frodo was less likely to do that because they were taking his space. And I love my bedtime snuggles with Frodo and my morning snuggles with Frodo. He just loves snuggling at night, and it means the world to me. Like, he is just such an amazing kitty. Like, he is my world. Oh, that's a dark thought that I just had. Yeah, going into November is a rough month for me. I cannot lose Frodo during November. But he's healthy, knock on wood, or anything resembling it. You know, as long as he's eating, because he has his medication, you would never guess he's a 17-year-old cat right now. His energy is good. He can jump up on things, his seeing, his sight, his hearing, they're all good. He plays with his younger brother regularly. You know, he's maintaining a decent weight right now, still on the slim side, but maintaining it. You would never guess that he's a 17-year-old cat by the way he acts. So hopefully he's going to do what I tell him to do and live till he's 30. Because I keep on saying he's supposed to live till he's 30. I know, it's... Cats don't generally live that long. I get it, I get it. Are you actually going to come over here, Frodo, or are you just going to stay out of reach? Don't know if you just heard him go meow meow. Are you going to come here, Frodo? Frodo, come on. This level is just so frustrating because of how many times you can play it. And every time, there's no guarantee. It's just random if you win it or not. It's nothing to do with skill. John Martinez, the oldest cat recently passed away at 32, and look their age. Yeah, I had another cat that made it to 17. Well, actually, I had a cat that made it to 23, but I only had her for 6 years of her life. And she was old, like you could tell. And the cat that I had from kitten to seniorhood, the first one I had to make it from like kitten to 17, he had old man energy about him. Like you knew looking at him, he was an old man. But with Frodo, you would never think that cat is 17. By the way he acts, the energy about him, everything. You would never guess he is that old. I hate setting my alarm in the morning. But I gotta do it. I don't know. Predictions again. I was about to talk about predictions with Sam Cedar on the Tim Pool podcast. What will happen? Do you think they'll talk about what's happening in Gaza? Maybe. Talk about, they're definitely going to talk about if Trump is a fascist type thing. I think that's going to happen for sure. the dangers of Trump getting in versus Kamala getting in. They're going to talk about the election. That's a given. Think Sam is going to go for Social Security? That would be so out of Tim's ability to cope with, because Tim would know nothing about it. Nothing. And that's kind of where Sam is in his groove. His happy place is talking about Social Security. Like at this point, when it gets to this, I just want this game to be over already. But I'm not entirely sure I can stop until I win. Stupid compulsive nature. Because I could just walk away and get back to it tomorrow, where I have like lots and lots of hours. But then part of it would be depressing, because like if I walk away and then do it again tomorrow, it'd be like the first one that I play tomorrow would win. And then I'd be like, but now I want to play more. And then I would start over again. So if I'm going to start over again, I want it to be because I've actually made it past this level. See, I clicked too fast and I missed that jack and the queen. At least it didn't make any difference. See, this is the frustrating thing. I now need something compatible with these cards. Like, it becomes more and more narrow as you go along. Oh, shoot. No, it still works, okay. More kings under that. Ha! Like, this is part of the problem, is I start getting frustrated this time of night with it, or this long playing it, that I then become sloppy and I miss cards that I could have gotten. Let's see. John Martinez. I'm glad the mainstream media is reporting on the fascist claim. Hermetorologist. I don't know much about Tim Pool other than he's a moron. There's not much more to know about him. There's good things, bad things. He got caught up in that Russia stuff, so that will probably get brought up, because I remember a big point of contention between him and Emma was who was funding who. Because of course Tim is on the right, so he's like, oh yeah, all the money's in the left, and Emma's like, I'm on your fucking compound. Like, you've got the money. We don't have the money on the left. So, like, they actually, that clip got spread around like wildfire after the Russia stuff came out, the Russia influence. So it won't surprise me if that comes up as well. Let's just say, again, I don't think Sam will purposely inject anything. Like, he's not going there with, these are the exact things that I want to say, because he's a better debater than that, and he knows to just let things come up in conversation. Don't try to force a subject, just let them happen. And with Tim, enough stuff is going to come up no matter what happens. But I desperately want to see him confront Tim on the Russia stuff, because that would just put him in such a pickle. Because there's the stuff that happened recently where Tim was like throwing all of his employees under the bus, basically saying, oh yeah, it's because none of them want to work that I have to cut back and all this sort of stuff, as opposed to, no, it was my funding that I got found out. Like, that's just the thing. Like, in the past little while, so much potential material has come up for them to talk about that there's like, I would love this to be like a 10-hour long live stream with them, a 10-hour long conversation. Because there's just so much that they could hit, but it's entirely possible Tim gets so frustrated he just tells Sam to leave, which would look so bad. Like, that's the thing. I want it to get to the point where Tim is desperate for the conversation to end, but since Sam is physically there, it looks, it's beyond the possibility of Tim just saying leave. Like, Tim can't just leave because that's his place. And how bad would it make Tim look if Tim told Sam to just leave? Especially after all the arranging and everything that had to go into Sam actually getting there. Like, I wanted to get to the point where Tim is just like, it's just on the tip of his tongue that he wants to tell Sam to fuck off and leave, but he can't do that just given the format. Like, to me, that would just be mwah. And let's just say Sam can be antagonizing. He has a certain charm about him. Oh, darn it. Should have clicked the 5. I might have to give up before I finish all of these rounds. Before I finish this level, I might have to give up because my batteries are starting to die. But then you guys won't hear the wow when this wins. It's kind of silly. I think even for people who are interested in seeing this as a way to relax, there's only so much you can handle before you're like, yeah, I'm good for the night. I understand if all you guys check out, don't worry. Meanwhile, you guys check in next morning and I'm still at this. Like, that's part of the problem with having a compulsive nature is sometimes it would be nice to just be able to walk away. Or at a bare minimum, take these stupid teeth out. Because it's difficult to talk with these in for so long. Because, like, if I was just at least doing this casually while I was watching something else, I could munch on some stuff, I could eat some food, I could get up and do things. But since I'm so focused on just getting this done before I finish the stream, that's all I can do. And I started the stream with fangs in. I'm going to end the streams with fangs in. So the fangs are staying in for this entire live stream. Yep, John Martinez, I see you're still here. I appreciate it. Don't know why you're still This isn't exactly gripping content here. It'd be so funny if I like posted part of this online and my channel explodes because again, it's just one of those weird things where something so benign can suddenly become like a sensation online. Like, who would have thought that rug cleaning would get billions of views? And I'm not exactly exaggerating when I say billions of views because I'm talking about like all the rug cleaning videos out there. I've seen maybe 2, and I can sort of see the appeal, but really? One thing that I'll sometimes catch myself getting into is the wood carving ones too, or the wood turning ones. Those ones can get interesting, just seeing what they make with it. But after a while, I don't know, it doesn't seem as interesting when all of it is just resin. You know, it's all just resin. There's not much. If it was just the wood, I think it would be more interesting. But now it's like, no, anything is possible because of resin. And it's the same with like the cakes. I would find the cake making videos much more interesting if it wasn't for the fondant icing, which is gross. Like if it was actually like creating the buttercream icing and using like real artistry as opposed to just wrapping plastic icing around everything. Because yeah, sure, you can make anything look good if you put fondant, wrap it in fondant and then spray paint the fondant. But you know, to really make interesting creations that are more than Rice Krispies wrapped in fondant, because it's just a food sculpture at that point. But is it really a cake? You know, is Rice Krispies wrapped in fondant really a cake? I don't think so. But also, I'm a sucker for sweet, and so when I see a cake not being made with fondant, it's just disappointing. Or not being made with the buttercream icing, it's just disappointing. Because I like the real icing, not whipped cream icing, but the sugary buttercream icing. And then I will eat the cake in the same way where I eat the cake part first, leaving all the icing to last. Three, five. Ah, damn it! Almost. Almost. Ah. See, I have some kettle cut chips that I want to get into, but those are way too crunchy for me to eat while I'm doing this. Frodo, are you going to come over here or are you just going to be a tease? You going to come over here? He's just going to be a tease as he walks out of the room yet again. He gets along really well with Lanier. It's so nice to see. Yeah, I don't think this one is going to be a winning level. No chance. Yeah, I wish somebody could program this to be a bit better than just every layout being completely random as to your chances of winning. Like I said again, I'm fine with them not all being winnable, but just statistically making it so that more are winnable. Like, I'm sure there's a way to program it like that. Because now I'm getting tired and I'm making little mistakes, and it's just so frustrating. But I might call it a night, so I will still finish this, but just not for everyone. I'll be able to take my teeth out at least, finish the drink that's in front of me, and crunch on some chips while I'm doing this. But I don't think I can finish until it's actually won at this point. Hey, Lanier. Frodo, are you actually going to come over here? I think he just likes being a tease. Okay, one more time. Win or lose, I'll call it a night, but I'll finish this off offline. Don't know if you can hear my cat crying. He's not crying because he's hungry. He's crying because for some reason I get a lot of ladybugs in this room. And he likes to chase them. Thing is at this point, like if I don't win this, even though I said this is the last one, it almost feels like, you know, watching the Saskatchewan election where you're there for election night and then you don't get the results that night. It kind of feels like that, but I'm running out of steam and I need to start unwinding, but I can't do that with these fangs in and dressed up like this. And these bright lights shining in my eyeballs. Ah, this one's not going to be one. Oh well. I will finish that off screen. Well, thank you everyone for being on a 6-hour long live stream. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're still sticking around, it might just be you and me, John. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like, unless there's a whole bunch of people replying in the sandbox right now, you want to wait until you see me finish winning, I'll call it a night. But I hope you guys enjoyed the little snippets of my book. I don't know when my next live stream will be. I don't know if there's much point in me even doing a live stream before the election. Well, maybe. Still, there's still a weekend in between, so yeah, I might do one on the weekend. Because there is a lot of Canadian news that I want to get caught up on. Some Canadian shenanigans. And yeah, looking forward to Sam on Tim Pool tomorrow. And let's see. Hope you guys like the look. I'll post a picture. I took some on my phone before I started the live stream when my makeup would have still all been perfect and everything. And I looked a little bit more awake. So I think with that, thank you so much for everyone for tuning into this Halloween live stream. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everyone who sent in a super chat, who's going to buy my book, all of that sort of stuff. Super appreciate it. Thank you to the patrons. Just, you know, you guys make this channel possible. You really do. And I think with that, all right, I can do the whole, you guys know the whole routine with the socials and everything like that. You know that. You know that. Like the stream, shares. Yeah. If you've lasted this long in this life, you know that. You know that. Okay. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.